of the Dire, they're not able to come up with the advantage as they would like it. They're not able to find those skills, they're not able to find those rotations, and this can snowball out of control if you're not careful. This could very well be a scenario where you can find yourself significantly behind if you don't take these pickoffs correctly, don't start these team fights correctly, as you need the items for it. Yona, he's rolled in, does not have his rolling boulder. Mortimers will be sent out trying to help out that Earth Spirit, but it won't be successful. In the end, Stoic is going to drop, but Krish will be able to pick up a kill on Young G, and they've lost both of their 2 cores on the side of Team Kicked. In fact, they're about to lose a lot more as Sajari eats a bolt, and that will be his end. No dive available for Playhard for about 7 seconds. He's not going to get hit by the Thunderbolt, so Playhard would at the very least survive here. Or is he? Jeezy, he is here with the cogs. Playhard might just die, so he needs to be super careful here. Fire Spirit slow means that Jeezy can't actually get the cog hit done, and so Playhard will live. But it's still losing 2 of their cores.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rock it on.
And for the moment, it very much feels like this is a Carsten's, you know, it's turning out to be a Carsten's-esque game. This is turning out to be...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's a 4,000 advantage. Right, you guys can see it on your screens. It's an advantage as clear as day in favor of the Carsten's roster. And unlikely to change anytime soon because I don't see any massive power spikes coming up. Yona, he doesn't have the Kaya yet. That's going to be a big one, but maybe not as big. He does roll in. Magnetize has come out, but Yona takes in more damage than the other 2 supports do, and they'll be able to find that egg. Sajari, though, time and time again with the Mortimers, has been the difference maker, has been able to find some return kill, or 1 return kill or 2, but this time it's just the 1. Krish will end up with a double kill, and now a wicked 6 streak, 7-0-5 on that Zeus. And he seems to be doing pretty well for himself.
Tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower.
Clockwork coming in. Shackle Shot is going to be thrown out as the Tiny has no more mana left. He is going to be able to teleport away as the cogs fail to reach him. Had the mana coming back from his magic wand, was able to use his TP, and has the Echo Saber built up. So these are 2 significant power spikes coming up. I don't know if it's going to be enough for that to change the dynamic for Team Kicked, but it's still okay, I would suppose. The only problem is you've given away too much to Carstens. You know, Krish, he has 7 kills and 5 assists. He has that Aghanim Scepter almost built up 16 minutes in with Akaya to boot. And once you have that Gaia, or rather that Aghanims, these kills are going to get so much easier. Cancelling the teleports is going to get so much easier as Young G drops near that bot side, and it kind of feels like Carstens, they have the ultimate advantage right now. Emptiness using the focus fire, trying to take out Jed. He might just be able to find a solo kill, but no, Yona is here. Jed has to get back. He will see Yona appear through the rolling boulder and dodges away that stone boulder. And GC comes in. Emptiness can't really turn around because he is still very low on his HP. Did not get hit by the Magnetize though. Mortimer's once again sent flying out, as that will be how they take out the Wind Ranger. It's also GZ who fell, so a good set of return kills. Finally, I would say, going in favor of the Dire side. Krish does have his Thunder God's Wrath, and Jed is only on about 1000 HP. I don't think he dies. I think it would be very close though. You can force the Tiny back to his fountain if you do drop the scepter.
Radiant's top
Nimbus
tower is
as
under
well as the
attack.
ultimate.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's structures are fortified.
Young G
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
is going to get back as the tower falls.
Has fallen.
Oh, hook shot coming in by GZ. Play hard, gets hit by that, and I don't know if he can be outrunning these three heroes that show up at a near instant. Lenny has that radiance, is going for that armlet. It's a decently timed radiance as well. It's quite frankly, this is their power spike. Quite frankly, I think a late game life shooter is impossible to take down. Even a mid game life shooter might be difficult. You are playing a Tiny, which has a lot of max HP, the Centaur max HP, all max HP based heroes, and the Feast does very well against that. 3.25 damage as a percentage of someone's max health. Stoic, he is gonna come in. Young G is dead. Over on that top side, they look towards Emptiness, the Wind Ranger, but he just drops down that shackle shot. Phoenix is going to be able to drop the egg, but unable to really do anything after that. Infest is gonna heal the Wind Ranger back up, and Yona, he is going to realize that maybe he shouldn't have tried to help. Sometimes helping hurts you instead. You know, there's a lesson, if I've ever seen any.
Dire are scanning.
It is an 8,000 lead right now, and it doesn't seem to be budging in favor of the Dire side. It just continues to increase out of control in favor of Karstens. And I'm not sure where the big turnaround is going to be coming from. No Dominator up for the Centaur, but he does have that Heart of Taras, so he can tank pretty much anything right now. Stampede is also going to come in as Jed, he finds the perfect blink and toss back. GZ and Stoic will lose their life, and so will this tier 1 tower. So a very swift maneuver coming in from the side of Kicked. They're going to be able to find this tier 1 tower, and now they're off. Or I wouldn't say this is the comeback, but this is the beginning of a comeback, of a potential comeback. Somehow you need to deal with this life cheater though, who does have that infest, so even if you were to be able to go in, he'll just pop that rage, maybe even life steal back up, because he has that evasion and has that rage. Jed stops Lenny's teleport, and they planted down the silence. This could be good. He is still able to activate that rage. Play hard, nowhere to really go. Activates that egg. Somehow it's off of cooldown. I believe he's just happened to see it, but I guess time eventually passed as Lenny, he will drop, but Krish, he drops down that Wrath, and Playhard will drop after his egg. Both supports having been taken down, and now it's time to disengage, but GZ, he will not allow it. Goes in with a hook shot as there's a shackle shot coming in by this Wind Ranger. Young G will be the one left behind, but is he going to be the only one left behind? They are chasing after Jed. Rebound is not going to be successful, but GZ has the Blink Dagger. Jed goes in with a toss back, but Krish, he has a Thunderbolt, and he would have been able to find the kill had Emptiness not taken it away with it, and finds himself with a triple kill on the Wind Ranger. Again, Emptiness is playing a carry on the offlane, and he has the same net worth. In fact, he is more farmed than the Life Stealer is. I find that to be a bit absurd. And as Emptiness has both more lost hits and more kills compared to the Nyx. Zeus has the... I mean, I'm telling you, yesterday was a 27-minute refresher. He might actually get to it earlier than that this game. He only now needs 1700 gold to be able to craft up that refresher. And when you have that refresher on that Zeus at this early on, the game is pretty much over. Like, the problem is that you can then die on the map anywhere you are. Right, it's kind of like those Warcraft 3 days, guys. If you remember, you know, for those of you who are as old as I am, but you're young, I'm old. It's kind of like those Warcraft 3 modes where you just type in, you know, the -WTF. You enable, or rather disable your cooldowns, and then you just drop down the Zeus's ultimate and just find kills. You know, playing around the all pick mode with the WTF. Everyone spamming out the Tinker and the Zeus, and it kind of feels like the game approaches that direction when the Zeus has that Aghanim's and that refresher. The Divine Rapiers are just a cherry on top, or multiple cherries in the case of Zeus and how Krish likes to play it. He will still go for an Octarine Core. I believe that's the build for the Zeus these days. As the Emptiness, he's in trouble, has the BKB available, so you need to be able to take him down before he's able to activate it, and he does get it off. Sajiri potentially going to go down here. Thunder God's Wrath does come out. Jeezy is here as well to help out, but Emptiness will still fall, and this is now going to be another kill on Jeezy. Young G with a double kill on this Centaur, as he has the Blink Dagger flying in. He'll be able to just blink away. Lenny will not be able to do much to stop that TP. He doesn't have a basher or a blink or anything of the sort. But this is still the building up stage for the Lifestealer, right? He's finding his farm.
Haste, a fitting bounty.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Stoic teleports towards that bot lane.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As the Centaur, he goes in. Thunder God's Wrath has also come out, so they see everyone. They see whoever is present for a potential fight, and realize that they can just kill Jed. Phoenix Ultimate as well as the Stampede is going to be coming out, or rather, Stampede did not come out. I thought it would, but they still lose two of their heroes, and it's again back to up to a 10,000 net worth advantage. Carsens kind of have this one in the bag. It's just a question of, is there a potential comeback available to Kicked, and it doesn't really feel like it. Play Hard will drop. Yona trying to teleport away. It's not really gonna happen, even if the hookshot was not there. As soon as you decide to commit to that teleport underneath a focused fire, well, you're kind of focusing on your death at that point. Rebound to take away Krish. He won't fall to the Mortimers. You're gonna have to throw a lot more than just that to be able to take Krish down. Snapfire is here too. Stoic, he jumps in. Jed now the one in trouble. will likely just get boxed or beaten to a pulp on that Tiny. Lenny will be able to pick up the kill, and the Phoenix got his dive broken in the middle of it. Young G trying to wrap around. He is going to get hit by that shackle shot. GZ is there with the battery assault. Lenny will just pummel him down now with the rage. Young G is very slow and unlikely to actually live over here. He does manage to heal back up and lands that hoof stomp. Power shot slows him down and they will dive right underneath that throne to be able to pick up that kill. Sajiri now has to run away from his own base, but won't likely get very far. This is just Carstens having a bit of fun at this point. 16,000 of a lead, and they're doing pretty well. They're pretty much well off for it. Yona, stragglers around the map, that's what I see. That's what Lenny sees. As Yona was able to get the kill on GZ, so he picks up about 708 gold. GZ gets tipped by his own teammate, mind you. But it's kind of like a haha, you're dead kind of moment, rather than anything serious. But believe me, I've been casting these guys day and night for... God, I don't even know how many days it's been since I've been seeing these guys in the morning, seeing these guys at night. It feels weird even saying it. Right, it kind of does. I wonder what goes through their minds when they see me in the lobby every single time. Like, you know, do they go like, not this guy again? I would at a certain point. As Jet, they pop the dust. They realize, look at these two choke points that Krish has created, right? And I'll explain in a bit as the Tiny does go down. So the reason they activated a dust over here, right? You take a look at these two choke points. Tiny walks up these stairs, walks up. The screen automatically goes over there. Walks up here or goes over here, right? These two directions. There's a Nimbus over here and over here. And inside of the Shadow Blade, he will get hit by that Nimbus. So they know he hasn't left this area. So they just walk over here, drop down on dust, catch that Tiny, and take him out. It is just very forward thinking by Krish. He realized what those stroke points were. As Yona, he goes down. Sajiri dies as well, and I don't know how much Kicked actually have left to offer. As yeah, I remember, you know, as someone pointed out, the fountain was very much a target in Dota 1 days. Even, you know, there was a sniper route, there was also the Broodmother way. You could actually contest that fountain with the Broodmother too. And I think a few other heroes, I'm not sure who else. Sniper would hit the fountain from outside the fountain's range to fight back, but the Broodmother would just go in the throne and take out the fountain. From what I remember, of course. Emptiness.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's courier has been killed.
Does fall. Life Stealer is also trying to make his way out. For now, he's a siege creep. But this siege creep runs pretty fast. What mighty big wheels the siege creep has. As well as an assault cuirass, as Emptiness has the Hydra's breath. You take a look at this game, if I were to remove the player nicknames, well, I mean, to be fair, the Life Stealer is always going to be the carry. Right, but you wouldn't be able to guess which... I actually don't know where I'm going with this. This is just a straight up outplay by Carstens. Right, they somehow are able to make an offlane Wind Ranger work, and I am wondering if they're using this as a staging ground. Right, they're competing for $100,000 as we speak, for a European tournament, and Green Station has a higher prize pool in Southeast Asia than the other regular tournaments in C have, right? Green Station is a $20,000 prize pool, so it's not an insignificant amount. First place position gets about 6,500, from what I know. Oh, Yona, he dies towards that top side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jeezy. Even he's going to be sent up into the air. The Nimbus has come down, and the Centaur has to get back. At the same time, Stoic is making a play towards Sajari. Jed will instantly buy back into it. Fire Snap Cookie is there to propel Jed forward, and Jed will take out Stoic. Unfortunately, they've lost their own offlaner, and Jed can't really stack up against the Life Stealer now, can he? Rage comes out, and Lenny, he just heals back up to full HP before attempting to go back. But Jed will have the Blink Dagger soon. He blinks forward, sees the toss, and is able to go on Lenny. Unfortunately, he's going on Lenny. And so the rest of the Karsten's lineup will just show up, and Kick have to get back before they are kicked back to their fountain.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks is falling. Dire's middle barracks are under is falling. Dire's courier has been killed.
And I agree, it is slightly boring. I mean, a 31,000 lead at the 35-minute mark, there's not too much to talk about in this game. This is just despite of what I truly believe is the stronger draw from the Dire side, it's Karstens who are just wiping the floor with
Dire are scanning. Dire
Team
are
kick.
scanning.
Thunder God's Wrath has come out as Team Kick go in with full force to try and take out Emptiness. He activates the BKB and somehow is healing back up. He's healing back up. Phoenix will fall, and that will be it. Youngji drops down that GG call, and this will have to be a game 2 effort. They now have to think about how to take the next game, as Karstens come out with a very clean, or rather the start wasn't actually clean. The start was going very much in favor of Team Kick, but they actually, through the mid game, through the laning phase transition to the early game, they pretty much just rolled through. When you have a Zeus who is 14-0-22, that's all that's really necessary to say, right? This Chris 20, I couldn't actually tell exactly at what point he got his refresher, but I do believe it was around that 25 to 27 minute mark, and that's just a lost case scenario. That's just a, you don't come back from that if you're Team Kicked. But hopefully they adjust and they will be able to find something going for them in game number 2. It's going to be hard, but not impossible. We will be back with Crane Station Lunar Horse Trophy right after a short break. It's going to be a very short break because we don't believe in breaks at Crane Station for the stream, for the Dota action. And so we'll be back for the next game. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
10 seconds.
Hey guys, welcome back to the current station. Carstens versus Team Kicked. As Carstens, they go for a completely different draft. At the same time, it's a pretty good draft. I mean, they have the Snapfire, the Puck on the Oracle is going to be Krish on the Puck now. Kicked go for the Void Spirit, Morta, Undying, and Beastmaster. And I wouldn't necessarily think this is a mid lane Void Spirit, simply because in the hands of Kicked, they have played the Pause 4 Void Spirit. And they're one of the only teams that actually does that, so maybe it'll be Void Spirit support, but probably not. It should still be a mid lane Void Spirit by Yona, and you have the Beastmaster and the Undying, so you have a significant amount of push potential. Morta could be a carry here, because against the Juggernaut, you pop the Whale, you don't take in any damage from the Omni Slash, so I do think that is a great ability for the Morta to have. Meanwhile, the Puck is always going to be doing Puck things, and you don't have enough disable for the Puck. You have the Silence as well as the Roar and the Ether Remnant, so I suppose you have some decent control, but I don't think the Puck's going to be afraid in this game of being locked down, right? Unless it is the Roar, I think the Puck will always be able to get out of any situation past that 25-minute mark, or maybe even that 30-minute mark. Team Kicked, they're going to go for their last pick, and we'll see what that is going to be.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to be going for a Luna. And so they pretty much have their entire roster. It's not going to be a Morta carry, it's a Luna carry, and now it is going to be a Morta support. They may have moved the Morta to that support position because they are prioritizing the Puck here and disabling him down, rather than going for the Juggernaut, because I guess they feel that the Juggernaut is an easy target with the Roar, because you can plant it down even if the Juggernaut is spinning around like a Beyblade. And I guess that's a decent thought process. I guess that, you know, Luna versus Juggernaut is a good exchange for the Luna, favorable one, because you have the Manta Star, right? The illusions. You're not necessarily going to die from the Omni Slash. But there we go. Carstens immediately pick up the Dark Seer, and now the Luna's going to be in trouble, right? One Vacuum Wall combo, and you create illusions out of Jen himself. You create illusions out of everyone, and you have a lot of melee heroes. Even the Luna doesn't actually have that much range. Until you, of course, you have the Dragon Lance, and I guess this is one of those games where a Hurricane Pike is absolutely necessary for Jed, simply because if you get hit by the vacuum, you want to be able to Hurricane Pike out or away from the incoming Carstens roster or lineup. But I would actually say that if you do get hit by that vacuum, you're pretty much just dead here, because you have the Puck, you have the Snapfire, you have so much of that AoE damage flying in from Carstens that I'm not sure anyone who gets vacuumed is going to be able to live, regardless of what item they have. Maybe apart from the BKB, but only Jed and the Beastmaster are likely to have that BKB. Maybe Yona goes for it as well, but it's going to make him fall out of place with, in terms of being able to scale up that damage. So we'll see how they're able to get it done. Carstens versus Team Kicked, game number 2 is going to be on our screens, and we will potentially see a more even game in the mid game this time. I can't make any promises because I'm not the one playing. I'm just the one hoping and praying that Team Kicked get their act together.
Prepare for battle. On the prowl.
As the Juggernaut starts to spin, it's only the boars though, and you have to be careful. Yona, he'll drop down that Ether Remnant, and it catches Stoic instead. Blood grenades get sent out, and Stoic drops down that Scattered Blast, but in the end, it will be first blood drawn by the side of the Dire, by the side of Team Kicked. And they find an Observer Ward, so they get about, I would say, 295, 300, 400, 500 gold, essentially, right off the bat. Not to mention the bounty rune, so they'll have about 1,000 gold overall going their way. Around 900 to be specific, but nearly 1,000. I mean, and that's pretty good, right? Well, you don't really need any better of a start. First blood, Observer Ward. You have a Luna already present in the lane, and you can pressure this Juggernaut just a fair bit, just a little bit, with the Undying before you go back, but he's decided to show up regardless. Playhard is now here with the Luna, and for the first creep wave, which is pretty important. And they're pretty much going to be A-OK. Emptiness drops down the Decay. Root comes in by Jeezy. Fortune's End is interesting. Is it at the end of your fortune? You know, the fortune is maxed and it's towards the end, or is it kind of like ending your fortune? We don't really know. Forgive my bad jokes. As midside, you have a Puck versus a Void Spirit, and this is, I would say, a pretty even lane. I don't think Krish will get caught. I don't think Yona will get caught. Neither of these two heroes should be able to take out the other, ideally. And it's just the Power Rune controller you're looking for. It's just that early level 6, whoever gets it first will be ahead. And Yona, simply because he's a melee hero, is likely to be able to hit that level 6 first, because you can deny away some amount of experience from the Puck. As Emptiness, he falls on that top lane. Very far away. Playhard somehow able to take out a Darkseer. As Jeezy is getting chased here quite a bit. Should be able to back away in time, and he is. So Jeezy is pretty much going to be okay. And yeah, that's he is all set. Emptiness with the Ion Shell. Once again, Emptiness is just getting zoned out by Playhard, but Jeezy, he's able to take out Jed all by himself. Turns out it is the end of fortunes, as Emptiness tips out the Undying for failing to protect his carry while being too busy to try and chase out that Darkseer. All the meanwhile, it's a big win going the way of Karstens, and in particular Jeezy, but the big wins end with Stoic's death. Young G able to find that Luna, and Young G is pretty good on the Beast Monster, so you do have to be a bit careful about this. I do wonder how they plan on getting something done, because it is an aggressive lane here. You can use the Fire Snap Cookie on that spinning Juggernaut, even when he's inside of that Blade Fury, so potentially they can find a kill or two over here. It just depends on the kind of initiation they receive. And I'm actually unsure about that, what I said about the Fire Snap Cookie and Blade Fury. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the Fire Snap Cookie doesn't actually work with the spin. But because that would be kind of overpowered. As Krish falls, Yona able to find that kill. I believe the Mortha's Calling came in handy. No, it wasn't. It was just the one dead shot. So Krish kind of bungling it on that mid side. Emptiness goes down over on that top lane, and This is a 2,000 net worth advantage in favor of the Dire side. They are playing it very quick, and again, it is similar to how they started off in game number 1. The only question is, will they be able to keep this momentum up? As Carstens, they have some pretty significant power spikes, especially at that level 6 mark. But the Dire side, of course, have it as well. It will just come down to who's able to find those initiations and plays. As Emptiness wants to farm away these neutral creeps, but Jed is there for the overall denies. It's still going to be Emptiness who will take most of these neutral creeps away, and so finds himself with a fair bit of farm. Luna needs to be careful. Emptiness with the Ion Shell, just continuing to whack on Playhard, and the Ion Shell AoE damage is significant, but Playhard has that decay. GZ has to get back. This is an aggressive way to play it against an Undying, but as long as you don't dive in way too deep, you should be pretty much okay. Playhard now the one in trouble. Fortune's End is going to be planted down. He is rooted down, vacuumed back, and taken out by the shell. Jed now looking for a kill on GZ. Should be able to find it with that one Lucent Beam coming up. He needs to be able to walk up that high ground with the Fortune's End, roots him down on that river, and he's unable to get the kill, but just right-clicks down the Darkseer. Stoic is here against the Luna, but they drop down that observer board and realize that the Luna is long gone.
Middle tower is under attack.
Pretty much
Dire are scanning.
an even affair as far as that is concerned. Oh, Yona misses his Ether Remnant, but it won't really matter. They're able to find the kill on Emptiness, who has gone down for the 4th time in this game. And with the Darkseer dead, you can't exactly defend your Shrine of Wisdom. Krish needs to show up if they want to hold this position, but they will decide to abandon it. Stoic, really nothing to offer in this scenario. He won't be able to do much apart from just die because he went in way too deep. That ring just takes him out. And they find both Shrines of Wisdom. So Sajari and Jed, they come out significantly ahead on the side of Team Kicked.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Even in terms of lost hits, they are pretty much ahead across all three of their cores. You know, the one-to-one comparisons between the offlane and the offlane, the Luna and the Juggernaut, and the Void Spirit and the Puck are pretty much even, but Lenny and Stoic both go down towards that bot side. This is looking like a disaster. 4,000 of a lead at that 8-minute mark. It is the side of Team Kicked who are playing this very quick, very simple, and just very clean overall. They've only lost 2 of their heroes so far.
Dire are scanning.
As you wish. A bauble from the moon.
Yona going in, Emptiness. Ooh, the Lucent Beam just takes out so much of his HP. He doesn't even have that Dominator up. It's 9 minutes in, and this Darkseer, he doesn't have any item to show for it.
Bottom tower.
Helm of the Iron Will and the Crown is not that good.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Making
has fallen.
mistakes is the path to wisdom.
The Puck has the invisibility, hit still by the Deadshot, and well, he'll be able to back away. There is an sentry ward planted down. Krish will get back before he is in any more danger. And the Beastmaster has a completely free lane here. He doesn't have the Helm of the Overlord recipe, but I mean, he's only 1800 gold away from the ultimate orb. I say only 1800 as if he has thousands of gold coins in his inventory. He only has about 1200 gold in total.
We rely not upon fortune.
Fire Snap Cookie lands, and Sajiri trying to make his way out. Sajiri is gonna die, but it's a trade of support. Jeezy able to activate that false promise, and it will survive. Lenny goes in to try and take out that tombstone first. They will be able to find it. 125 gold going in their pockets as the glyph comes out towards that very last hit, but the tower is dead. The glyph will expire, and the Siege Creep will be able to take out that tower. So it is still the side of Team Kicked who do come out ahead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lenny is dead to a neutral creep. So he doesn't actually die to, well, doesn't give away any gold or experience to the other side, but still, it's pretty much okay. I mean, they have a very consistent advantage. They have 5,000 net worth of an advantage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Krish,
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
has that Oblivion Staff and will be able to get to that Witchblade soon enough, I would say. Yona needs to be a bit careful. Fire Snap Cookie is not going to land on Yona. He'll be able to Astral Step away.
Attack.
Thrice the measure of power.
Radiant are scanning.
Sajiri. Oh, there's that. There's that whale against the Omni Slash, and Sajiri might be able to escape. It's going to be close. Jeezy is able to drop down. One of his spells takes out Sajiri. And again, it's just breadcrumbs that Karsenza are able to find across the board. They still have a very long way to go if they want to be able to find a comeback. The puck.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He does have a jaunt.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That was most welcome.
A full 5-man smoke of deceit comes out. The only problem is they smoke right in front of Team Kicked. Tombstone is going to be taken out by Jeezy, but Stoic will be the casualty in response. A 3-man vacuum comes out as Stoic buys back. He wants to drop down the Mortimers in this position. Illusory Orb takes outplay hard as now the Mortimers come raining down. Jed is in trouble, needs to be able to get back. Krish He really wants to kill on this Luna, but the Eclipse comes out on top of the Puck. They won't lose their Luna that easily, as the Shrine of Wisdom will finally be collected up by the Dire side. Team Kicked now on a 6,000 net worth advantage. Emptiness, he is now charging in, but is going to get back. Both Shrines of Wisdom, at the 7-minute mark and at the 14-minute mark, going the way of the Dire side. The Dire Shrine of Wisdom is still available, but Sajiri is on the way there already and will be able to collect it. And it seems like action is still going on. Ancient Black Dragon, it gets taken out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Emptiness.
Dire are scanning.
Just wide.
Oh, Yona does decide to step in. However, it's also Krish who'll go back. The Beastmaster, now on a dominating streak, has taken out Emptiness all alone, and this kind of feels like Team Kicked might just be too far ahead at this point. But there's a lot of comeback potential available for Karsenz, and we do have to always keep that in mind. Two-man Dream Coil comes out as a false promise is going to keep Stoic safe, but the same cannot be said about the Puck. He jumps away in the nick of time, though. Krish is able to make his way out, and is in fact more leveled up than the Void Spirit is. Krish is level 12, Void Spirit is only level 11. It's not just the most significant thing in the world, but at this point, we have to look at the small things that Karsenz are able to get. The real problem is the fact that this Luna is 11.5, or rather 12,000 net worth, while the Juggernaut is only on about 7,000. Still, 17 minutes in, Lenny is trying to craft up that Battle Fury. Is going to be able to get it, but it's a very late Battle Fury. Even though he's only died twice, right? 2 deaths in the laning phase shouldn't set you back this far back. It's the problem that he was just pushed very far back, pushed against the wall as far as the laning phase is concerned. As far as the creeps he was able to farm are concerned, there was just too much pressure on that safe lane. As Young G is able to find Stoic.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They go in towards the tier 2 tower
Dire's top tower is under attack.
and should be able to take it down. I don't think there's going to be anything that the Radiant side can actually do at this point. Karsenz are kind of at the mercy of this Aegis timer, and even apart from that, they're kind of at the mercy of whatever the Dire side wants to do. Team Kick can really just rotate anywhere, take out any objective, find any kill, any pick off, and not be afraid of the team fights at all. They have the disengage for Yona. Play hard is gonna get hit by the Omni Slash. The Omni Slash though bounces away. It's going to be Ackerman's creep that actually falls. Lenny trying to take out that tombstone will be successful. However, it's a 3-man vacuum coming out by Emptiness. So there's no follow-up though, so that vacuum is pretty much just wasted. Krish died for nothing. As Yona, he's trying to, well, trying to hold them in as the Eclipse comes out by Jed. It's an Aghanim's Eclipse, and that means Jeezy has dropped. Emptiness trying to get back. Yona might fall here, but no, the Ether Remnant comes in and Lenny's the one who dies instead. Tier 1 tower is gonna throw out its, I would say, its hits.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And again, even if Yona did die, he still had that Aegis, right? So it's as if Lenny, he wanted to go in, but didn't really have a clear idea of who he should be targeting. Young G activates his BKB. It's a full 9-second duration BKB, so I suppose that's a small win. But this Luna is very farmed up. I don't see a world in which you survive this Eclipse. Right? You no matter what you do, you're always going to lose at least 2 heroes to that Eclipse if 5 heroes are underneath it. It's just too many beams. No max beam. Or rather, it's too many beams. Krish is able to take out Play Hard solo. 538 gold, so maybe he can slowly attempt to bring his team back into this by creating some space on some of those side lanes. He's the only one that can actually push relatively easily or relatively safely. With relative safety. There we go. I find the right words sometimes. I find the right words after using a lot of words. But I guess that's how it works. Aghanim Scepter available for Yona. And they move towards a Tormentor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no. Krish gets caught towards that top side. It's the loosened beams. It's the roar plus the Eclipse. As the roar wasn't even used. So it was just the Eclipse. At least they had to use something to take Krish down, right? Like, it's still a death for nothing. It's still a sacrifice in Wayne, but Observer Ward will be taken out. Then they will get back against that Tombstone. Young G, though, he goes in with the roar. Healing Ward is sent out towards Jeezy. It will keep him safe, but he has the False Promise at the ready. Emptiness activates his Guardian Greaves and finds a great vacuum. Yona now the one in trouble. No Astral Step available. Will potentially fall here with the Omni Slash as it bounces. It goes towards the whale, though, and so most of those hits will not actually land. But Krish, he jumps towards that backline. Great Dream Call coming out. Holding down the Luna as Krish is surged by Emptiness and goes on to charge forward. Might be able to take out Play Hard as well, but no, he jaunts towards the other side because it's the Luna who is the real target. The rest of their team really need to show up. Emptiness is trying to come and assist Krish as he fights man-to-man against Jed. Vacuum now comes out as well as the Mortimers. This could be the big turnaround that Carstens were hoping for. It's also a root at the back of that False Fortune's End. Play Hard is going to be the fourth and final casualty of this team fight. All at the back of that Void Spirit who got too greedy. Yona went in too deep. And Carstens made sure that he would pay for it. And man oh man is the game now significantly harder. You have Emptiness who just made a Blink Dagger at the back of that team fight. Nearly 4,000 gold. More than 4,000 gold, in fact, exchanged in that last team fight. As Carstens, they only lost that Snapfire. And look at the damage that Krish did. 5,500. He did 50% of the heavy lifting in that team fight. And it's surprising that despite the Mortimers being used, the Snapfire only got about 363 gold damage done. What, did he miss every single one of these spells that he used? 363 is more like one Mortimer.
Dire are scanning.
Dream Coil is also going to be used. Emptiness comes in. Vacuum is going to whiff. Use it at the same time as the Disseminate came out. And now Krish is potentially in trouble. Youngji blinks on forward. Doesn't actually find the puck, but he sees Jeezy, who does drop down the Fate's Edict towards himself. But that magical resistance is not really going to help the Oracle.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Tier 2
middle
tower
is under attack.
is also going to go down.
Are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As Lenny reveals his position, both teams are on opposing parts of the map. Both teams are on the opposing team's part of the map. As it does seem like a decision has been made. Jed wants to approach that high ground. You need to be careful of that vacuum wall. But that vacuum wall isn't there. That vacuum wall is roaming the Dire jungle. And pretty soon they'll have to get back because you do have to defend your high ground. There's going to be a Luna there, so your tower doesn't actually stand for that long. Right? And they're moving together, but you kind of have to TP back. It's quite clear that everyone is standing behind Jed to back him up. But Krish isn't there, neither is the Juggernaut, so they will give up their entire lane of barracks scot-free. That will be a significant amount of gold. I mean, 125 each, that's around 600. 90 each, that's around 450. 155 each, that's another. So it's like a 2,000 net worth swing in their favor. Now it won't feel as much because the Radiant side were still farming away, so they get a portion of that net worth also in their own pocket, so the difference isn't that big at the back of that lost barracks, but it's still now Roshan. And are you gonna give up Roshan? Because that will be very interesting. Krish throws out a Delusion Orb, actually goes in, jumps forward, Fire Snap Cookie comes out as well as a Vacuum, but Stoic needs to drop down the Mortimers. That's the real magical damage coming in. Luna unable to pick up the Aegis. It was snatched by Krish. Youngji on the side there will be taken out by the Puck, as it's a complete and utter disaster for the side of Team Kicked. Yona, he is the lone survivor. One of his legs barely working. Knees weak. As 15 to 25. It's not, it's not that one-sided, but Karstens, they push onward. Yona sees the power. Krish has that Aegis, so is pretty much going to be okay. Ether Remnant will land. Is Yona dead? No. Will be able to teleport out. Krish got hit by the Ether Remnant, and I think at that point it was a guaranteed escape.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh. Lenny in trouble, but the vacuum actually helps him out. He Blade Furies and runs away. And now it is Jed in trouble. He does have the Eclipse with the Omni Slash has already been expended. Jed has fallen. And now it is the rest of Team Kick who have to try and get back. Lenny held back by that Ether Remnant and will actually drop. But Krish is the real deal over here. He is the one who is dishing out most of the damage in this fight. As Emptiness charging on forward, another vacuum comes in as the Fortune's End. It clips both the Beastmaster as well as the Mortha, and at least Saturday will fall. Yona might actually go for the Darkseer, does do so, but he needs to find the root. He needs to find a disable with his Ether Remnant, and I'm afraid that maybe Yona will just die if he sticks around. Young Jin now the one in trouble. Emptiness, he may have the vacuum coming up in about 3 seconds. Roar does get expended. Can Krish take out the Beastmaster? And it does seem likely. Emptiness still alive. Is able to pop the Greaves, but will be taken out by the Dissimulate. Unfortunately, it will be an entire team wipe onto Karstens, or rather by Karstens onto Team Kicked. And now the game is pretty much even.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Karstens, they are back on the hunt. I'm afraid that the Luna Aghanim Scepter, one of the drawbacks of that item is that you fail to scale as a carry. Even if you do have that butterfly. Oh, Youngji able to blink away. Luna able to gate away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Illusion.
5-man Smoke of Deceit. Ooh, Youngji tried to go in with the roar. Emptiness? He's thinking about it. You know he is.
Are we the idiots?
Stoic has disconnected from the game. Should be reconnecting shortly. Hopefully. 24,500 net worth on this Luna, but 4,000 of that is just the Aghanim Scepter. So if you're able to play around it, you can mitigate the kind of advantage that Jed possesses. But also playing around the Aghanim Scepter Eclipse is quite hard. Is there a pipe? There isn't. That could be one of the ways where you can potentially play around it. But right now, a 4-man smoke comes out. Krish, he jumps for the Beastmaster, able to apply some kind of damage as the Mortimer comes flying in. A 2-man vacuum on top of the cliff. Undying will protect himself and will actually pop out of that tombstone. It's the Beastmaster who will just completely disengage. So in the end, they only really get an Undying. And it's not that great because he has that Ceaseless Dirge. He'll be right back in the game. Fortune's End has also come in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Young G secures the Shrine of Wisdom, Jed looking for a way in. I do think that a Swift Blink on this Luna could potentially be necessary. As Krish builds up to that Octarine core, now has more damage coming in. Playhard jumps in forward. Yona goes in too. Ethereum and found on that Darkseer. Emptiness will come in with a 4-man vacuum. But Lenny, he got stunned up. False Promise does come in and Lenny drops down that Omni Slash, but it's barely doing any damage. And in the end, Lenny, he might just actually go down. He will. Kurish has to disengage alongside that Oracle, who will be able to blink back and teleport back to his fountain. But in the end, it is a successful team fight for the Dire side. It is no heroes lost. It is just too much HP and sustain when they're all huddled up together, despite that great vacuum wall.
Idiot. Oh, idiot.
Radiant's middle tower is under Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's
And now Team Kick
are fortified.
on their way for the second lane of barracks.
Tower is under attack.
Mortimers start to fly out as it's the Luna in some danger. Jed very low on his HP, but it's actually Jeezy, the one to get taken out. Krish trying his best to dish out damage, but right now it's not enough from the puck. Despite the level 25 up, more AoE means technically, I suppose, the ability to land more damage on different heroes, but it's now 2 lanes of barracks gone. Even when the Juggernaut comes back, he won't have that Omni Slash for about 20 seconds. But it is that Roshan that will decide the fate of Karsen's and whether or not Kicked will be able to take this to a game 3. Does seem very likely because the amount of advantage, or rather just 1 more barracks and the game is over. Kind of. Mega Creeps aren't exactly going to be overwhelming, but it's just super hard to now push out of your base. The tier 2s are still very healthy. In fact, the tier 2s haven't taken in much damage apart from that mid lane tier 2 tower.
Quickly now. Radiant are scanning.
Roshan will fall. Potentially. One way or the other, Roshan should go down. Jed activates his BKB. Stoic immediately dies and buys back into it. Lenny, once again, False Promise comes in. He needs to be able to go in for that Omni Slash. Krish is holding that backline as a 3-man vacuum comes out by Emptiness. But where is that Omni Slash? Lenny has just dropped. Stoic's Mortimers, they haven't done a thing, as even Emptiness is potentially, or rather guaranteed, to die here as where he stands. multiple buybacks having been committed for nothing. As Krish, just not enough damage coming out. He goes in towards that backline once more, but the Parasma dispelled away from that Manta style. And the Juggernaut does not have a buyback. Emptiness does not have a buyback.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's turret
Puck goes in, but just jaunts away and kicked. Seemingly inevitable that there will be a game at number 3. As Krish, he is going to be silenced down, has nowhere to really go, will be able to make it back to his fountain at the very least, but he will have already lost to tier 4s, and now the throne is falling. You have to do something desperate as Krish activates his BKB, goes in, but there is no damage coming out on the side of Team Kicked. This will be a game number 3, whether Karstens like it or not, and that will be forced out by Kicked taking out that throne. Pretty fantastic game by Kicked all the way from the early game. There was a point where the Karstens were able to find a comeback. They were able to wipe out Team Kicked twice over, I think. In one team fight, they found 4 kills. In one team fight, they found an entire team wipe. But it just was not enough. Oh, splendid game so far, but the action still continues, or has to continue. We will be back with Current Station Lunar Horse Trophy to find out who the series winner is going to be between Karstens and Team Kicked. And, of course, we'll be heading to a short break, but it won't be too long, so I'll see you guys there.
ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back. The mic might sound a bit different because it is. When I transition, I realized that my mic, for some reason, it's been having issues as of late. Like it just automatically disconnects from my PC. I don't know if that's a mic issue or a mixer issue, but I definitely have to get that sorted. But I do have a backup mic, and it sounds pretty good. This is the mic that I've been using for the past 2 or 3 years. But enough about me. It's not a personal stream. It is Team Kick versus Carstens. Carstens have the Earth Spirit this time around. This was the hero that Kick came out with in that first game, and it's a hero that they've been playing with for a while now. And Carstens, they will also have the Keeper of the Light for Jeezy. Stoic will have the Grimstroke, although I'm not sure if this Keeper of the Light will be the position 4 or if it's just a position 5, considering you have that Grimstroke, but with the Lycan, right? Especially with the Lycan. I think Grimstroke plus the Lycan is a great combo. You can use the Inkswell on the Spirit Wolf and then land a stun with the Spirit Wolf. So that's definitely something very interesting. Carstens go for the Phantom Lancer. It is the PLVL. They see the PL, and I have to say, they have quite a few good heroes against the Phantom Lancer. The Silencer is pretty good, because you can drop down that Global Silence after the Manta, after the Doppelganger, or rather after the Manta, or before the Manta timing is up for the PL. And the Global Silence will mean that the Phantom Lancer has no escape. He's usually a very weak hero if you disable his ability to, perform those ninja maneuvers. And it's not just the Silencer, it's also the fact that you have a Pangolier, right? The Pangolier is, once you have that Aghanim Scepter, he just destroys the PL. As Kick will go for a Swen, which is typically supposed to be a classical Phantom Lancer counter from several years ago, but I don't like the Swen. I think this one is weak against into the Earth Spirit. Sure, if you get to the Daedalus timing, if you get to that 35 plus minute mark and have that Echo Saber, Blink Dagger, Daedalus, BKB, maybe even the Harpoon, if you have those 4 to 5 items, then sure, yes, you can take out the PL. But at that point, you're talking about a Swen who's dealing about 1500 to 2000 damage. At that point, you can take out anyone. So the difference between that kind of a Swen, and the Swen that doesn't manage to win is the control available and the success of control against the Swen. Carstens do have control. They have the slow from the Keeper of the Light as well as the Blinding Light. They have the stuns from the Earth Spirit, the silence of the Earth Spirit as well, and as well as sending the Swen back with the Boulder Smash. They have the Grimstroke with the silence and the stun, as well as a Soulbind, and they have the Phantom Lancer Spear slow. So not exactly too many stuns available because Krish is the only one that has that, and it's an unreliable stun on the Grimstroke, but it's a decent amount of slow they have at the very least. So the BKB will be a hard requirement for the Swen to be able to get it done. And we'll have to see if he is going to be able to do that.
Are we the idiots?
Silence.
I will definitely use a different cable for my other microphone, for my primary microphone.
You should have known better.
Once I have that. And it's interesting because my microphone is actually picking up sound. I will just disconnect it just to make sure that there's no interruption, no magnetic propulsive action happening. Both those words don't make any sense for the current scenario, but I wanted to say propulsion.
I love this part.
Yona on his Storm Spirit, and of course, I do have to tune out the overlays, but before that, I do have to change the logos because it's both these teams are on different sides.
Why not?
The battle begins.
There we go. It is going to be 3 bounty runes going the way of the Radiant side, but Jeezy, he will draw first blood, and I have to say, just last night, I was casting this roster, right? They go by the banner of Team Syntax in Europe, and the only difference is they have Mikey in place of Krish in that roster, and I think Young G is pretty much okay. They were playing, this Karsten's roster was playing against Parker, Noob, Russell, Yodomi, and I believe one more, Jing, right? We all know Jing. You guys, I suppose most of the audience for Crin Station is from Southeast Asia, and Jing is a well-known figure in the Southeast Asian scene. So these two rosters were going head-to-head, and they were getting dominated. Karstens were getting dominated. Jeezy, on the Keeper of the Light, stole the Aegis. Right? He stole away the Aegis, and at that point, there was no way that Karstens were, you know, the roster was going to be able to mount up a comeback. But because Jeezy stole the Aegis, he actually kept them in the game. It might have just been over at that point, but Jeezy is the reason why they won yesterday or last night. I believe it was after 12 a.m. so it was literally today. But it was a fantastic run by Jeezy, even though it's not his type of hero, or rather he does play it. I'll have to hold my extended thought as Jeezy is gonna get swiped down. Jed will be able to pick up the kill, and pretty good end result, I would say so far. I suppose. Stoic also in trouble with the Phantom Lancer. Lenny is gonna hold Sajuri back. Now, again, the reason I say that Jeezy is not Jeezy's type of hero is because he's known to make space, he's known to make plays, but it's usually in close quarter combat, right? He likes to get up close and personal, and he likes to outplay the other side. He likes to outmaneuver the other side, and the Keeper of the Light may seem like he can do most of those things, but usually you're just playing from a distance. Usually you're you know, creating that gap, whether it's with your blinding light or if it's just hanging back for your illuminate. Topside, stun lands on Stoic. Ackerman, Young G able to find the kill with that swashbuckle. Stoic, once again, he goes down. Lenny trying to find the kill on Sajuri, but the strongman Tonic will keep Sajuri safe. The Ringmaster will not fall, and it is once more a pretty hefty start for the Radiant side. For the side of Team Kicked, they are very much ahead. And you are playing into a Yona Storm. Krish on the Earth Spirit. Spirit versus Spirit, brother versus brother. But I'm not sure if the Earth Spirit is the elder one. The Earth Spirit looks as if he is the eldest of the spirits, as if he's been here a while. Jed, though, is taken out. So I do think if the kill feed evened, I actually think that the more valuable kills are in the hands of the Dire side, right? In the hands of Karstens. And now they have the numbers advantage as well on that kill feed. Emptiness able to take out Play Hard. without any kind of rotation coming in, or rather, actually they do have a rotation. Stoic's right there in front of me. Inkswell is also going to be committed, but the Storm Hammer by Jed is going to make sure that the Inkswell doesn't land. Teleports also coming in from the Silencer. There was another one coming in, but it got disabled. Lenny able to find the kill on this on Sajiri all by himself. Does not need Stoic in that position. Great effort, or rather great end result for Carstens, who were, it seemed like they were going to get beaten down, similar to game number 1, at least in the early laning phase, or overall in the early game. But that's not going to happen, because they're able to fight back. They're able to get pickoffs or kills across the board, both on that top side and on that bot lane. Now it's unfortunate that Emptiness will have to go down. Play Hard will also fall. Trades happening, but favoring Jed, favoring the side of the Radiant. Jed 2v1 right now. He wants to take out Stoic. A few lost hits will do the trick, and Jed will be able to acquire a double kill. Just swipes down Stoic. GZ threw out that Illuminate, but GZ is about to get hit by that Stormhammer. A Whiplash tames the Kotl, and GZ will fall. 3 heroes dead on this bot side, and for what? Like, what did you get here? It's just, after Sajiri died on that top lane, mind you, the only real target they found was Play Hard. Now they will take out Yona, and that is a massive kill to be able to get, for especially for Krish, as he now has his level 6. Meanwhile, Yona barely, well, he'll have the level 6 as soon as he teleports back into any lane. He just needs about 8 experience. So even if he were to go bot side and the experience shared between 4 heroes, I still think he acquires that. But he will definitely go towards that mid lane. 6-minute power rune timing though, going in the hands of Krish, because the Storm wasn't alive. He now has that illusion rune, not exactly the best of runes, but you can dispel away the silence. Not the global silence, but just the overall silence, as well as the lost word. Krish is gonna slam himself against the Swen, who's gonna try and teleport away, but that is a futile attempt in that position with such little HP.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stoic. Inkswell has been used, and the Silencer, Play Hard is going to die. Trying to steal away the Shrine of Wisdom is not going to be possible. Stoic will receive the Chakra Magic and will be pretty much okay. Meanwhile, Yona trying to spot out Lenny, who does use a Doppelganger once, but you can't use the Doppelganger again, and he is about to be ganged upon by the side of the Radiant. Kicked. Take out the carry. And it's a successful execution by the Spangolier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Ooh, Play Hard also goes down. There's no Diffusal Blade up for Lenny, so I do wonder why he's here. He should be farming. You have a Pangolier who's somehow won that top lane, an off-lane Pango.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You know, taking down the tier 1 tower at the 8-minute mark. That is absurd. But it's also kind of absurd how far back Lenny is. He got a solo kill, and but he just doesn't have any farm. I take a look at the lost hits. I'm going to tune back into that and just show you. He has 25 CS. He barely has any farm on this Phantom Lancer. He really needs to pick up the pace if he, well, wants to be an actual carry in this specific game. You are playing a PL and you do nothing without farm. As Yona takes out GZ. Now they will make a play on Young G. Silence applied. Inkswell also to hold the Pangolier down, and Lenny will just swipe him down. with his pole, with his staff. I'm not sure what Lenny's item is, or rather his weapon of choice is on the Phantom Lancer. I think it's a pole. It's or maybe it's a spear. Definitely looks more of a spear than a pole. But then again, what really is a pole? What really is a spear? It's just a pole with a axe? Is it like a really long axe? I don't know. I don't know my weaponry. I've never seen an axe in real life. I probably have. I just can't remember. They will find the silencer kill. Playhard is dead, and Young G has teleported himself into this lane, silenced down by the Grimstroke, and just taken out back-to-back deaths for Young G. Jed does come in with the God Strength and should be able to swipe down Jeezy, who is trying to run away but will not be possible. It will be Playhard to secure that kill. Ideally, Jed would have liked to have it, but he will teleport towards that top side to try and shut down Lenny's farm. It's still not the best case scenario for Jed. He needs to be very careful about this because that Spirit Lance takes away most of Jed's HP. But Jed, he is going in for the right clicks against Lenny and is able to apply a decent amount of damage.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Is able to find the kill. Emptiness. Stuck, taunted, hypnotized, all of the above. Sajiri coming in with the Wheel of Wonder. I do wonder why they call it the Wheel of Wonder. Like, I do ponder about that. Because it's also my biggest pet peeve about the Ringmaster when it was revealed is that the fact that this spell is not called a Whiplash. It literally says he twirls his whip and he lashes. You know, why is it not a Whiplash? I would just call it a straight up lash. Why is it called Tame the Beasts? Because you use the whip to tame the beasts. I get it, you know, but I don't know. I don't agree with it. I think Whiplash would be so much better. You know, it's this one, and it's the second one is a Tidehunter's Shard. Why is it just not called Anchor? Like, why is it called Dead in the Water? Like, what does that even mean? Confusing names overall. You know, like the Lycan's ultimate is called Shapeshift, right? It's simple, understood. You read the name, you understand what it does, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. It's not because I care about my language or my wording being the more creative one. It's not that. It's the fact that you make it easier for people who are coming into the game, right? Anyone that comes into a game, right? You know nothing. Imagine you know nothing about Dota. You see a Lycan, you look at his ability and it says Shapeshift. What are you gonna think? I'll have to hold that thought as Jed, he is stuck. Again, it's the taunt coming out. Vessel is going to take him out. As Young G, he doesn't find anything with the Rolling Thunder. Illuminate takes out Sajiri too. At the 13-minute mark, so maybe Karsen's will stick around for that Shrine of Wisdom. It's in fact an Inkswell used on Krish, but he wasn't able to find anyone, and it's Yona who's just gonna zap on forward, take out Stoic before Karsen's very eyes, as they now have to get back. There might be an Arcane Rune available for Krish, but without your Inkswell combo, I doubt you go for the Shrine of Wisdom. And again, coming back to the point, if you're a completely new player, if you know nothing about, imagine you know nothing about MOBAs either. You just like video games, right? You play RPGs or whatever. Heck, you play racing games. And again, these guys won't let me finish the point. I mean, they have to play the game. I completely understand that. As Jed ends up with a double kill, Krish as well as Stoic, they go down. And it might not be over. Yona, he was thinking about walking up to those steps and perhaps going for more, but there is a Helm of the Overlord available for Emptiness. And the Ancient Black Dragon is difficult to contest right now. 2800 HP. Yona has to teleport back and is... Turns out that is the right decision. He made it out as Emptiness was coming in with the chase. And again, okay, you play RPG games, you play racing games, you haven't touched a MOBA, you haven't touched a multiplayer game in your life, but when you read this ability, just the name, Shapeshift, you have an idea of what it does. You turn into a wolf. Wolves run fast, they're on 4 legs, right? What do you call it? That chain of thought is very, basic, it's very normal. Even if you don't have any experience with the game, right? Tidehunter, for example, you look at the Tidehunter, you look at his shard, his ability says anchor, and just from an understanding of what an anchor does, right, you would expect, or you would have some kind of knowledge about it already just from the swell. But if you read Dead in the Water, I don't know. Stoic, he is going to get back. It's the Storm now in trouble and will actually fall, giving away his dominating streak to Krish. Going in with the Inkswell, but unable to really land it. Young G, now the one in trouble. Silence down. Should be able to make his way out. Has that Mage Slayer, so Krish doesn't actually deal that much damage, but Young G, he is stuck. Krish has enough HP that he will be able to dive and actually smashed Young G back. Krish making a blunder, and he will actually lose his life for this. Jed takes out Jeezy at that backline too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Soulbind comes out as Stoic will be able to land that Inkswell. In fact, he's about to get a solo kill on Yona. It's not exactly solo because the Spirit Wolves as well as the Lycan's presence was there, but great set of pickups. The game is pretty much going evenly. Jed has plenty of farm at the top of the network chart, has that Echo Saber, but I feel like the physical damage coming out from the Dire side from Karsten's is going to be significantly more than the damage output coming in from the Radiant side, simply because you have a Pango offlane and you have a Lycan offlane for Karsten's.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan going to go down. Aegis picked up by Lenny.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm having my second cup of tea, and this one hits different. This one actually, it's not the taste. It just hits different. It gives me that. It's giving me that warm and fuzzy feeling on the inside. For those of you who have had tea, at moments when it hits you with that warm and fuzzy feeling in your stomach, that that hits the spot, quite literally. I feel like it's burning me on the inside, but then again. 11,000 net worth up for the Swen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. middle tower is under attack.
Lycan will come in through the gate. I don't think that's the hero they were expecting. Alright, it really seemed to have caught them off guard as they teleport back to their fountain, and that means that it's Young G in trouble. But Yona, he will come in as a difference maker, attempting to take down Stoic, who's healing back up. Young G's dead. Lenny took out Sajari, and Krish will crash into Yona, who zaps back but has lost most of his mana. Is unable to make his way back into the high ground, and he will simply fall where he stands. Jed now goes in with a Storm Hammer to take out Stoic, but they might just dive on this high ground. Lenny has plenty of illusions up, and Krish is likely to chase in after Jed. Smashes against Jed with his Rolling Boulder, and Lenny will be able to acquire Jed's dominating streak.
How weird, that idiot.
4 heroes died there in that position as the Ringmaster respawns.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stroke of Fate sent out.
Bounty. Very nice. Yes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Set in stone.
Lenny, still no Diffusal Blade, so are we out of the meta of the Diffusals for the Phantom Lancer? Then again, he is playing an off-meta carry. Right, and he's picking up carries that he normally doesn't pick up when he's competing in Europe. Perhaps he's matching some of that Southeast Asian energy. Or some of that Southeast Asian Dota energy, since he's not from Southeast Asia.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yongji does have the Aghanim Scepter, but doesn't actually have his rolling, or rather his Diffusal Blade. And I do think that a Diffusal Blade is great for the Pangolier simply because you are able to dish out 3 hits with the Swashbuckle, right? 3 hits means that you burn away 3 hits worth of mana. That's a lot of additional damage. That's like 100 damage that you dish out
Dire's top tower
with the
is under
Diffusal.
attack.
100 bonus damage. So I am surprised that the Yongji hasn't gone for that. It's also the slow. It's so good against the Keeper of the Light and the Grimstroke. Oh, Global Silence has been expended. So that GZ could be a guaranteed kill for Jed. Inkswell though is gonna land on Yongji, and this is the problem of having a Pangolier. You can't farm safe because you're an offlaner and you have to give resources to your mid lane and your carry. But then you're a Pangolier. However, oh, that is a lot they will throw at Krish. The whole kitchen sink on that Earth Spirit to take him out. And they'll be able to find him. Shield Rune does get denied though. Oh, Phantom Lancer. He is walking in. Phantom's Embrace sent out. Jed will get a hit by the Spirit Lance, but he should be pretty much okay here. Going for the Diffusal, or rather the Daedalus now, and once you get to that Daedalus, that is the big turning point. That is when Swen will hit his peak, and what they can get done. I assume that it's going to be the Keeper of the Light and the Grimstroke to immediately just die from the Swen, right? Krish won't be able to survive either. I think the Lycan can because you can run around. The Phantom Lancer can because you have that Doppelganger.
We call you co-stars.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Young G, or rather, it's Jed who goes in. 1,000 damage coming in at the back of that Chrysalis. It's not even a Daedalus at this point, as Emptiness wants to take out the Silencer, but is unable to do so, and now he's getting chased down. The Stormhammer will land, and Yona will zap to the perfect direction. Will be able to take out that Lycan, and that is 3 heroes dead on the side of Karstens. They are unable to get anything done in this fight, and it's only going to get worse. The Swen will have his Daedalus up in a minute or so, or even less than a minute, since Jed got enough gold in from that fight to buy a Demon Edge. Did buy the recipe of the Daedalus, but I mean, look how quickly he just farms. It's not going to be too long before he has that Daedalus, and it's a bit troublesome. It's a bit tricky right now. 800 gold going the way of the Swen, 567 for the Ringmaster. Storm didn't get that much, but I mean, Storm's farm is plenty. Gaia, BKB, Witchblade, going for the Sanjin Gaia next, and then the Shiva's Guard, which is going to help be great and help out a lot against that Phantom Lancer with that AoE burst.
I've been wanting this.
Oh. They find Emptiness, and again, it is plenty of damage at the back of that God Strength.
Radiant are scanning.
Good idea.
Yona activates his BKB, he has to get back. Inkswell is not going to land because of that BKB. They are trying to burst through him. He has very little mana, but has made it all the way to that low ground. Lenny needs to be able to find the right clicks, but the Strongman Tonic is enough. The Ringmaster saves his mid laner. Oh man, Sajari deserves a pat on the back for that one, as that Storm was pretty much dead. That Strongman Tonic gave that Storm around 100 to 200 HP, and that turned out to be enough. Lenny going towards Jed. The Centaur actually helps out the Swen, or helps out Lenny, but you have the Escape Act, and the Escape Act is so good against the Phantom Lancer. Just great against any right click based hero.
Radiant are scanning.
Jed jumps in, 3 swipes, or rather, no, Krish this time will save his Grimstroke, and Lenny is able to fight back hard against Jed. Can he get it done? He has to get back. Global Silence has been committed, so has the Wheel of Wonder. Lenny can't turn his back now, but once the Wheel of Wonder is up, now you can go for a fight. Yona's dead, Ackerman, Young G's dead, Play Hard falls too, and the Swen this time has not been able to fight, but Jill will go for an easy snipe on Jeezy. Just has to make sure that he can get out, but the Whistle Burn is going to come on him, and he has no BKB. Is he teleporting away? He finds it. Krish thought he would easily be able to get the kill, but man, he was mistaken as to the direction of where the Swen went. However, it is still a pretty massive teamfight win for Karstens, as it allows them to just head inside of that Roche pit, take out Roshan, grab the Aegis for Lenny, And
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Lenny now being chased down, and that stun by the Croaker is going to help them out. Wheel of Wonder sent out, Whiplash doesn't land, and that means Lenny will be able to doppelganger outside. Yona doesn't decide to go back in for a further chase. They have taken out the Aegis, and that might just be good enough. However, for the side of Karsen, that's not good enough, but you do have that Swen backline kill on Jeezy. Krish was able to drop down his Magnetize, is now trying to reposition himself against Yona, but he has ran out of his BKB. Witchblade debuff applied, Krish is dead. And now Lenny, he is the one that has a target on his back, trying to dish out the right clicks. Everyone is so low, but in the end, Lenny can't get it done on his own. He will go down, and it will be a tip out sent by Jed. It's the side of Karstens who will lose the fight. They did take the Pangolier down, but it's still 3,000 gold going the way of Team Kicked. They have about 1,000 each for the Storm and the Swen, and will be able to take a tier 2 tower out. Satanic up for the Swen. Once he gets to, I would say, the Swiftling, that is when things are going to become impossible. Because the Phantom Lancer right now is pretty far behind that Swen. He went for the Butterfly instead of the Eye of Skadi. And again, I don't understand why Lenny did not make that Diffusal Blade earlier. I mean, you're not going to make it now. Even though I think you can still make it now, because it's a great upgrade to that Disperser. Just dispel away the silence. Jed is right there, and Stoic has just found out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Even the Pangolier decides to go for the Diffusal Blade because of that Disperser. I mean, it's pretty good for young G2. Max movement speed as well as a Dispel. And Lenny really ought to consider it. That and the Eye of Skadi. You kind of need to slow these people down. You kind of need that Dispel against that Silence. And I mean, it's such a free Dispel, right? With the Disperser. You get max movement speed. You just dispel away the Global Silence is perhaps the strongest AoE ability that the Radiant side have.
Dire are scanning.
It's one of the only AoE abilities they have as far as control goes, outside of the Wheel of Wonder. And I think Global Silence is much more useful than the Wheel of Wonder.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Storm zaps in. It's an Aghanim's upgrade on Yona, and he is able to grab up Stoic pretty easily. Lenny trying to get back, but it's the side of Karstens that want to contest against Jed. He's used his BKB, but Lenny's already dead, and that means this fight is futile. Jed will go on forward. Emptiness activates his shapeshift, but gets stunned down and will be brought to heel. Jed with the kill on a beyond godlike streak, and this looks impossible for the side of Karstens. Their carry, Lenny, is simply way too far behind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
It really feels as though you need to be able to mount up a surprise maneuver, a surprise initiation on this Swen, but with the BKBs up, there's no spell that goes through the BKB stun or stuns past that BKB is the problem. And when it's a Swen, this is the thing about the Swen. Normally, when you have a hero, you have a carry, right? And this doesn't apply to the Swen or the Phantom Assassin. It's an important point. Normally, you activate your BKB and you attempt to run, because you don't have any option to burst someone down. You have to get back, you may teleport away, you may reposition yourself if your team is nearby, but you disengage. The Swen doesn't have to do that. Jed, all he has to do is pop the BKB, pop the God Strength, use a Satanic, and he will be able to take someone out. Even if he doesn't use the Satanic, mind you. I think the BKB plus the God Strength is simply enough to take one hero out. And then you're the ones on the back foot. Then your Karsens who are, have gone all in to try and snipe out one hero, but you're not able to kill him. And it feels really awkward when you're playing into a scenario where you're this far behind with seemingly little control or no BKB piercing spell, and the Swen is, and you have a Swen against you, right, who is this farmed up. Play Hard has disconnected. Should be resuming into the game shortly. Oops.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ownage calls also coming out, as it is hard. Really does feel rough. Yona has the BKB, so he doesn't need to fret too much about this Inkswell initiation. In fact, Yona will just zap on forward, activates his BKB. It's the Grimstroke in trouble right now. Yona can always just zap away. Whoa, Soulbind, it comes out on the Swen. This could be a pretty good fight. He activates his own BKB. Now you can't exactly target the Swen down, but Lenny, he's not there. So all of that just for a bit of poke and prod.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Coin for me.
Spotlight gets sent out, and it does feel like, for some reason, Karsens are able to apply pressure on the map, right? They're not boxed in. They don't have their tier 2 towers down. They're trying to catch someone out, as Youngji is the only one nearby. The scan will clip him, and they see Youngji. He uses the roll-up, though, so will be able to get that Rolling Thunder off. And now he has plenty of options. He can just roll away back to his high ground and make his way back into the base. As the Storm has the recipe for the Shiva's Guard, he went back for the Aghanims that he's shown us time and time again, so... play hard does fall. Lenny does find a decent kill. It's going for the Bloodthorn. I actually think... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about the itemization choices. Maybe my recommendations are just bad. But
Radiant
an Eye of Scotty, in my opinion, would be pretty good for against everyone, really. It's a universally good item. Swen activates his BKB, and there's that God Strength Satanic action that I was talking about. As soon as he activates it, he just heals back up and you have to back away. However, he's ran out of that said BKB, but Yona, he will come in the nick of time. Backup arriving. Lenny wants to take out Jed. He wants to go all in. Doppelgangers forward. Jed is so low. Lenny can almost taste it, but can't go in further enough. Jed activates his Stormhammer, stuns down the Phantom Lancer, and with Yona showing up, that will be a kill on Lenny. Jeezy will also fall here, as it's a triple kill for the Storm. They tried to take out the Swen as best they could, but were unable to find the kill, and now they will possibly lose an entire lane of barracks.
You blew it.
Or in fact, no. I think Jed will just take out this tier 2 and then go Roshan. I think that is the safer play, depending on how you look at it. You don't necessarily need the Aegis for Jed. I think it's Yona who will probably look for that Aegis. Jed is straight up unkillable at this point. Yona now has a level 25 up. Once you get that Aghanim shard, it's pretty much game over because you have so many of those overload bounces on the Phantom Lancer. It's pretty much an ideal scenario to be in because it is also AoE damage, that overload. A very small AoE, but still an AoE regardless. Jed once again activates his BKB, heals back up to full. Krish is dead. A two-man Vortex clipping both the Grimstroke as well as the Lycanthrope, and Emptiness is going to be very lucky if he can make it back, but he can't. 3 heroes dead, as well as a tier 2 tower, and they have just kicked an opening to breach their high ground. Lenny as well as Jeezy, they are back. Yona wants to take out the Will-O-Wisp, and will be able to find it. Roshan will fall uncontested, and that will be pretty much, I think the game is kind of done.
Dire are scared.
Like, I just don't see a way in which they can actually win the team fight. I don't see a way in which they take out the Storm or the Swen. Right, that's the big problem. There's no control for either of those two heroes. You take out one, and that would be a miraculous objective achieved in a team fight. But then it's impossible to take out the other, and it's definitely impossible to take out one of them twice. Like Aegis in the hands of the Swen, how do you even go for him? Who's going to be brave enough? It's definitely not going to be Jeezy. He's down for about 50 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
First lane of barracks to be broken through by Jed. as Lenny just watches by. Right, it's not as if he has a choice. Going in would be suicidal. Going in would be very destructive. As Jen does get hit by the Will-O-Wisp, is going to lose his first life, but Yona on that backline, a 3-man vortex clipping everyone. It's the Grimstroke in trouble. He has that Ghost Scepter, and Yona has burned away most of his mana. Meanwhile, Jet is on the other side, and his team can't help Yona out. He has now plenty of mana available. He did use the cheese, and it's going to be Krish who is going to get hit by a double vortex. Yona will just zap away and attempt to run away. Lenny is coming in, but doesn't have the necessary damage to be able to take out Yona. As Krish buys back, Age is still in the hands of that Swen, but he doesn't actually have that God Strength. I mean, it's still active right now, and he'll be able to pop that Satanic. He is live healing back up. Krish has to roll away. Lenny is unable to pick up the kill, takes out that banner, but Krish is dead for about 100 seconds. Lenny trying to do what he can, but he can't find a right target. He can't slow anyone down. He can't get it done. And Young G, he will go on forward. Yona will vortex and pull back Lenny, and that might just be it. That might just be the game here. Team kicked, despite of getting dominated in that game number 1. They were able to mount up a win in game number 2 and just dominate Corsens in that early game. And keep in mind, Corsens does this to European teams, but it's a different ball game in Southeast Asia, where early game and just team fighting constantly is Southeast Asia's strong suit. It is their trump card. It is the differentiating factor, the specialty of the region, I would say. Tier 4s now being broken through. Throne is completely vulnerable. 4 heroes are dead, and it doesn't seem like a comeback is going to be possible. Stoic will call the GG, and it will be the side of the Radiant Team Kicked who will acquire the series win. And that was a pretty dominant effort by Team Kicked. I mean, again, Corsens at some moments were able to find the comeback, but I do think this game came down to the fact that no Diffusal Blade or Disperser was made. And then no Eye of Skadi was made. There was no mitigation for that Swen Satanic lifesteal. And sure, the Skadi doesn't entirely nullify it, but it still helps. Like, it still does something. As opposed to the Butterfly. You don't need to dodge. Like, the Butterfly gives you, what, 30% evasion? 1 out of 3 hits. You dodge away a critical strike, but what about the one that does land on you? Right? It dishes out about 2,000 damage. At that point, evasion is not going to help you. At that point, you need to be able to weaken the Swen himself rather than enable yourself. And I think that was the difference here. It was a pretty good effort by the side of Team Kicked. And by the side of Team Corsens, but there can only be one series winner. But we do have one more series, and even in that one, there can only be one series winner. There are no draws in esports or in Dota in specific. There can be draws in Rocket League or FIFA, but not in Dota, or not in Counter-Strike, not in Valve titles. We'll be back with Kryn Station Lunar Horse Trophy right after a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Green Station Lunar Horse Trophy Season number 8. Almost half, or rather, actually, I do believe we are halfway done with the group stage. DIREBORN are at the very top of the group stage chart. In fact, DIREBORN have, if I do recall correctly, they haven't actually dropped a single map. Right? They are 8-0, which means that they haven't exactly lost a single, like not even a single map in all of their 4 best of 3s. It has been clean sweeps throughout. DIREBORN have won 2-0. They won 2-0 against Six Cats. They won against Nexa, Azteca, just about everyone that has stood before them. Can PANDWA Lima, can this underdog roster do the trick? Azor as their carry, and again, they no one's a stand-in. It's just their nicknames have been changed. Dark Carnival Heroes. Monza is, I believe, bias on the screen, but you have Leon, you have everyone. DIREBORN, meanwhile, Dreamosel, their newest addition. I mean, they have been doing fantastic ever since he did join. PO3 always does fantastic. Highest ranked mid lane player in Southeast Asia in the leaderboards. Definitely someone to keep an eye out for. But let's see what they'll have to offer for this, as past success doesn't really define future success or future, it just creates expectations, if that. As right now, you do have DIREBORN, who have picked up the Templar Assassin, the Slardar, Mirana, and the Hoodwink. Meanwhile, PANDWA Lima, they go for the Doom, Tiny, Ringmaster, and the Snapfire. And again, both sides have pretty strong lineups. The Slardar, it does mean that the win condition for DIREBORN has to be, since you do have a TA plus a Slardar, the win condition is now the fact that you have to win the game within the 40-minute mark, or maybe even the 35-minute mark. I don't think you can go late game against PANDWA Lima's lineup. I think the TA doesn't scale as well as a Tiny. I think the Slardar doesn't scale as well as a Doom. Supports, of course, scale pretty well, but even there, PANDWA Lima have a stronger AoE support duo. Mortimer's plus the Wheel of Wonder compared to the Sharpshooter, which has a single target ability, and the Mirana's Moonlight Shadow, which doesn't really damage anyone. But great with the lineup that they do have. Right, Moonlight Shadow with the Slardar and TA, and PANDWA Lima, they come out with the perfect pick, right? The techies, even though you now have to play a Snapfire mid, it's not that bad. DIREBORN now have to send their Slardar towards the offlane, as you don't want to be playing into a Snapfire. And the techies is great because you have the mines. So even if there's a Moonlight Shadow, even if DIREBORN, and I assume they will at some point, they will be going in with the Moonlight Shadow to be able to find pickoffs around the map, the techies' mines will still be going off. And so you will know where the Mirana is. You will know where DIREBORN are. And then you can prepare accordingly, depending on how you want to take it. As DIREBORN come out with the Viper, PO3 wants to dominate that Snapfire on that mid side. It's a really good pick, of course. Viper is never bad. I don't know a single matchup in which the Viper is actually a bad matchup. And PANDWA Lima, they are all set to go. I think that this is, again, I will point out, PANDWA Lima are the underdogs. Like DIREBORN are by far the stronger team, and may even be the strong. I mentioned in the chat that they're one of the stronger teams, but they might actually be the strongest team at Lunar Snake or Lunar Horse Trophy. It used to be Lunar Snake Trophy, but snakes and horses, they go side by side. They're best buddies. As game number 1 should be starting up soon as the game loads in for all the players. I don't actually know how the transition works from the draft to the laning phase. I assume it is practice time. I assume it is just talking time. Discussions to be had as to how you want to approach this game. And for DIREBORN, again, it's entirely a mid-game draft, right? None of DIREBORN's cores actually scale up to the late game. A TA is the one that scales up the best, but it's still not as good. Either win by that 35 to 40 minute mark or lose the game if it gets past that. Or unless you have, you know, a significant enough advantage by the time it reaches that 30 to 35 minutes. I think if you have a 30 to 35,000 net worth advantage, then Direborn are going to be in a good state to be able to win. As we do have a disconnect, I will tune into the rosters and just take a look at you know, the actual names here. Leon, Jarim, Olivi, you know, Jarim and Olivi being their supports. Leon, their offlaner, Monza, and Azor, and of course I've got these guys several times. It's just
Are we the idiots?
their in-game nicknames are a bit confusing.
Are we the idiots?
Meanwhile, Direborn's nicknames are very simple. You know, it's just twos. Everyone is a two. Water two, or Womi two, Pota two, DB two. Deco and Dreamosol have yet to you know, yet to accept that you have to go for the two. That is when the true evolution will take place for Direborn.
Seconds to battle.
And we'll see. This is an early gameplay coming in from PANDWA Lima. Or PANDWA 5. I'm not actually sure because from what I've been told, it's either or. You know, they go by PANDWA 5 and PANDWA Lima. But because they're officially registered as PANDWA Lima, that is what I will describe them as. Should just be 2 and 2 battle rooms each. Neither side is going to have an advantage. Neither side is going to look for a fight. And I suppose it's a good decision not to fight. You don't know who's going to come out ahead. I think both of these two lineups are pretty much even at that level 1 mark. And you don't want to get hit by a Mirana arrow. As Mirana is coming in with the persona. I can't wait for the hero redesigns. You guys know it's coming, right? I'm just kidding. I'm not sure if it's coming. Actually, there's no inclination that it's coming whatsoever, guys. Don't get your hopes up. Getting hopes up is how we get heartbroken. That applies more to Dota than it does to real life. But also applies to real life. Bot lane is going to be a bit difficult. Mirana position 5 is definitely pretty good, but you can't trade as well against the Ringmaster. Your arrow is... If it's dodged, then your ability to trade diminishes. And the Templar Assassin doesn't have that strong refraction because you're playing in a lane where you have multiple overtime spells, overtime DPS spells. Infernal Blade, Scorched Earth, even the daggers coming in, the impalement arts from the Ringmaster, from Jarim. All three of those abilities burn away the refraction super easily, so we may just see Dreamosel skip the refraction entirely, just go for the meld as well as the side blades. As a dagger misses by Jarim, but he's able to find the second one. And Deco, you can take a look, he drops so low. Max HP burn coming in. Meanwhile, mid side is Pota 2 versus Azor, Viper versus a Snapfire, and this should be the lane where Direborn can expect to get out ahead. Azor simply cannot actually stand in this lane. He can't do anything in this lane, really. He has about 6 CS, which he was able to find by trading most of his life here. And now he is just going to sit back and... I wouldn't say enjoy is the correct word. He's just going to sit back. And, yeah, he's just here. He's just there, kind of chilling, right? Pota 2 hasn't actually gone for the kill quite just yet. Azor gets the water rune, has that bottle, so he'll be able to heal back up. Meanwhile, Pota 2 did not go for the bottle. In fact, his courier is bringing the boots of speed, so he's just prioritizing shutting down the Snapfire at any cost. But I would imagine the bottle is not that bad for the Viper. Enables your rotation potential once the power runes spawn. It also enables your mana conservation, because you're going to constantly spam out this 20 mana ability, this poison strike, poison attack. So, you know, just having one singular bottle charge restores about 60 mana. So it restores about 3 poison attacks, or the full bottle will restore about 9 poison attacks, right? 9 additional poison attacks that you wouldn't otherwise have. And 9 attacks right now is like half of his mana pool. Nearly half. He gets one more. He has, I think, 19 poison attacks right now to use with his full mana. DB to eat that tree toss. Topside, again, it's everywhere. Across all 3 lanes, it's DIREBORN who are coming out ahead. In fact, they might just drop first blood. The Techies has to go in to delay that and save his Tiny. Olivie, he needs to be alert at all times, because this Hoodwink, this Bushwhack, Acorn Shot, Crush combo, it can come in at any point. And there's enough HP regen for the Slaughter to trade well against that Tiny. Even though the Tiny Monza possesses a lot of HP, it's just going to be difficult. As Azor, again, his struggles continue. The dynamic on that mid lane is really not going to change, as Monza is going to potentially give away first blood. Womi is able to grab it, and the Techies, Olivie was a bit too late. He was trying to trade against DB, and even towards that mid side, Pota 2, he takes down Azor. DIREBORN come out quick, and they come out with 2 massive kills.
Is under attack.
Mid lane kill as well as a top lane kill. And the number one fallacy that I see on that mid side is when you're playing against a Viper, you end up dying, right? Because you end up trying to accrue whatever breadcrumbs you can, trying to gather up the scraps. And by doing so, you give the opening to the Viper. That is essentially how the Viper takes you out. But I would argue that not getting the additional 3-4 CS and surviving is a lot more important against the Viper. Like, what happens when you don't get 3-4 CS? Nothing. You lose about 200-300 gold. But what happens when you give a kill to the Viper? He still ends up getting 200 or 300 gold. He got about, I think, 247 when he took down Azor. That's around 6 or 7 creeps. And you give away a lot more experience is the thing. As Pota 2 takes out the Observer Board, DB comes in, Viper Strike applied on Azor. He has nowhere to really go. Teleport from Olivie is... I mean, let's be honest. It was so late that it's not going to do anything. In fact, as soon as the Viper Strike lands, it's over. As Pota 2, almost level 7 versus a level 4 Snapfire. This is a bit rough for PANDWA Lima. Already a 3,000 net worth advantage for DIREBORN, as they seem to be doing pretty well so far.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Another Viper Strike applied. Ringmaster has no escape act. It will just immediately melt. Bushwhack. It finds Jerem, and he too will go down. Olivie and Jerem lose their lives. Actually, Jerem is the Techies. Olivie is the ring... Or, sorry, other way around. Olivie is the Techies, and Jerem is the Ringmaster. Again, the nicknames, they're not there, so it confuses me. Especially at play-by-play when you kind of have to recall the names really quick as you're speaking. Dreamelcell, he even steals away the Shrine of Wisdom. This is a disaster. PANDWA Lima are not getting anything done across the board, as Dreamelcell will be able to take out, or rather, it's Deco who takes out Leon. And again, you have Jerem, or rather Olivie, going in for the Templar Assassin who does go down. Deco might actually fall too, but before he does, he takes out the Ringmaster with his Starstorm. And it's also the Techies who was unable to get the return kill on the Mirana as he simply leapt away. 4,000 of a lead now. Pota 2 is moving in. And this Doom, Leon may not realize this. He is here with the Viper Strike. But actually falls back. He's waiting. Waiting for the Doom to show himself. Scorchers has been revealed. Deco will drop. And the Viper, now he's coming in. But the Templar Assassin needs some help. Blast Off has missed and the Viper Strike comes out. Applying a break on that Doom, but they don't actually need the break. It doesn't really do much. They will still find the Doom. The level pain, you know, is breakable, but I suppose that's just damage, right? Oh, good use of the Mortimers by Azure to find a solo kill. I mean, that's actually fantastic because of the horrible lane that he had. Now he recovers a bit. Maybe he can farm up a bit more. Maybe he can get a few items going and, you know, the whole 9 yards. At least that's the intention. I don't know how well their intention is going to work out as all three heroes from DIREBORN are at the very top of the net worth chart. It is an abysmal state of affairs. And the reason I am so afraid for PANDWA Lima is the fact that DIREBORN haven't even hit their power spikes, right? It's not as if the Slardar Vomi is walking around with a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that, they will have perhaps the best power spike for the Slardar in the early game, or even just overall throughout the game. Then they will just look for kills left, right, and center. Forward and back, up and down, anywhere you look is going to be DIREBORN coming in with the plays. And then you think about the massive power spike of that Templar Assassin who has an equal ability to burst heroes down as Azure gets picked off in his own jungle thanks to the Observer Ward placement by Deco. It's
Dire's top tower is under attack.
awkward. And, you know, Dreamocell, once he hits that Desolator timing, once he gets that Blink Dagger, again, it's the best power spike for the Templar Assassin throughout the game, right? That Deso Blink Dagger combo. One Melt Strike and you just drop around 1,000 HP, nearly. I'm exaggerating on the amount there, but you get the point. You can burst the Ringmaster, you can burst the Techies, you can burst the Doom, or even the Snapfire right now, because there's not much difference between the Snapfire and the Mirana as a support. So the Snapfire is essentially a support right now. Just a more leveled up support, as they have yet to hit their level 6. It's going to be a late level 6 for the Ringmaster at the very least. But Deco, as well as the Hoodwink, the Hoodwink almost has level 6. Sharpshooter, once it's enabled, 650, or rather just the 600 magical damage, is going to be pretty wild. Oh, Bushwhack misses and Pota 2 with the amplified damage, who really wanted that kill, is going to be disappointed. DB. I'm only kidding. One lost opportunity is just 3 more that you will eventually find in this game. Oh, arrow lands. Leon, Scorched Earth is going to be activated as yet another Bushwhack misses. DB. I tried to pan the screen away from him, you know, to make it better. So that we didn't have to focus on his earlier Bushwhack. But he walked in the screen and just missed another one. At that point, I have to keep the screen on DB. You know, he needs to recognize it. Needs to make the plays. As the Slaughter does have the Blink Dagger, Vomi though decided not to go for a surprise initiation or a pickoff at the back of that purchase. He will just simply farm up more. And I don't think it's bad. I think it's not necessary to always go for kills at the back of a power spike if you're already very far ahead. Right, 6,000 of a lead at the 11.5 minute mark as Dreamocell, Azure once again finds a great kill. In fact, it's probably the best kill that you can find. Viper is very difficult to find a target to go for. Slardar is going to be able to fight back. That TA is kind of vulnerable, very weak right now without any kind of protection. Level 1 refraction, even if it was level 4, it's not as if it would have mattered all that much, but it's still going to be pretty rough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Techie. Oh, Sharpshooter as well as the arrow lands. DB will be able to find the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. top tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower is going to go down. And okay, there we go.
Dire's
Tower
top
gets
tower
broken
has
through.
fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Slaughter goes in with the blink and actually dodges away everything. Templar Assassin charge activated. Deco jumps in for a Star Storm. Level 3 Star Storm does stun or damage them a bit, as the techies will be the first one to fall. Olive dies as the Doom sends out his ultimate. I'm not sure if that was the right idea, because Vomi is pretty healthy right now. The only thing that does is deter Vomi from walking on forward, but it doesn't really matter. The rest of the team is right there, and they'll be able to take out Jarim.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Azor will just fire Snap Cookie away, and the Doom having been expended that way means that you don't have a way to make a counterplay, right? That could have been a big opportunity to use the Doom, take out the TA, take out the Viper, take out someone from the map, and potentially find a good return kill. Now you still do have Azor with the Mortimer Kisses, and he has been able to find 2 kills with the Mortimer so far. Maybe he can get more done, but it gets harder as time goes on to be able to get kills with magical damage. There's a sweet spot in the game where magical damage is at its most powerful, but in Dota it does start to wear off with more HP coming up, more stats, maybe some magical resistance too from the Mirana or the Hoodwink, who knows. Viper already has that magic resist, and now has a Mage Slayer, so 1 poison attack on this Doom, and his Scorched Earth, his Doom, his Infernal Blade, all of that is going to have reduced damage. I'm not sure if that applies to pure damage. I think it does, because it is outgoing spell damage that is reduced, right? And it's very specifically spell damage. It's not magical or physical, it's spell. And pure damage at the end of the day is still spell damage. But Dota has confused us. You know, it was simpler back in the old days where it was easier to think about these things and have draw a conclusion. Okay, they are going to run right past Monza. No, they will spot out the neutral camp and realize that someone is farming there. Pota 2 will decide that he also wants to farm here, and so will take out the Hellbear Smasher and the small... No, I don't really know what the other Hellbear is called. Is it really even a Hellbear?
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, there's no creep to find out. As Vomi, he sees Azor, and in close quarters, the Snapfire, despite of having a lot of damage, can't really do anything. And even with a lot of damage, it's not as if you can trade against a Slardar this early on. A very simple and easy pickup. And no... Or rather, there is a Doom available. Leon, does he really want to go in here? Tiny does come in with the Avalanche as well as the Toss, so it is plenty of damage, but I don't know if the Viper dies over here. Okay, they will be able to get it done, and in fact, are able to survive. I think the latter is the more impressive aspect. I thought for sure someone was going to get punished for that, but turns out no one did. Vomi. Or rather, Pota 2. He gets tossed back. Wheel of Wonder is on top of the cliff, but Pota 2, he is stuck in between of 4 heroes. He doesn't have his cores nearby. Vomi should really consider to stop farming. Now he comes in, but the damage has been done. And sure, you have an 8,000 lead, but Monza will look to wither it away. However, Monza, he just blinked in and died. And a TA, Templar Assassin, Dreamosol is here. Now the cores finally decide to fight. As Womi, he jumps in once more. Remote mines are planted down, so he will go for the techies instead. DB, this time around, lands that perfect bushwhack. Azor in trouble. Starstorm is going to come down, and one Mel Strike is going to do the trick. And now Dreamosol looks onwards towards that Doom. Womi will go in for a crush, and it's 4 heroes lost on the side of Pandava Lima. I do think that the Viper should not have died, or rather wouldn't have died if this happened with the presence of their other cores, but at the end of the day, 4 kills are 4 kills. At the end of the day, it is a massive teamfight win for the Radiant side, and the Viper is still firmly ahead of the Snapfire, of the Doom, and the Tiny. He's still the 3rd most farmed up core in the game. It is still an Echo Saber available for the Slardar. Dreamosol inside of the Roche Pit all by himself, but his team will join. Slardar goes in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
DB Sharpshooter is not going to be successful enough to save his life. The tower is being besieged, and Dreamosol has that Aegis, so losing your Hoodwink, losing your Mirana doesn't really do anything to Direborn. It doesn't really negate the kind of advantage they have. It doesn't budge the net worth in any significant way. It just gives you some pocket change for your own cores on Pandava Lima. Hoodwink is going to get collected. Dreamosol is here. Doom actually falls in response, and again, a support for a core is of course never going to be worth it. Everyone knows that. And you need to be brave enough to go for a core kill if you're Pandava Lima. The Tiny has the Blink Dagger. Snapfire has the Blink Dagger too, so you have multiple Blink Daggers. Doom has the BKB. Unfortunately, they lose Olivie. They might lose a lot more as Jarem is in trouble. Pota 2 is going to go in with 2 Viper poison attacks. He is going to be able to take him out. They should call it the Viper attack, Viper Strike. But the Viper Strike is the ultimate, right? But Viper attack would be a decent enough substitute. 15,000 of a lead at the 22-minute mark. It just doesn't really seem like a game or a series that's going to go 2-1. Right, this one should be a win because they have hit their win condition 15 minutes earlier. Right, this should have been a 7,000 to 8,000 lead, but it's double that against Pandava Lima, who quite frankly don't have too many options right now. Age is still up for the full 2 minutes, and they might actually find both tier 2s. However, the creep wave is very far away because the Tiny did a great job at cutting that creep wave. Atos is there, so is the Bushwhack, so is the Arrow, so is the Starstorm. And the Melt Strike coming in from afar. Dreamocell will be able to pick up the kill there. Participates, you know, it's the participation. Oh, in fact, they won't be able to take out all tier 2s. They'll be able to take out 2 of them, I think. That top lane is vulnerable. As the Doom was planted down on Vomi, he does fight back hard. And Vomi might actually live. He is alive. He is going to survive the Doom by plenty of HP, in fact, 150. And he'll regen back up pretty soon. I mean, 16 HP regen outside of his puddle. In the puddle, it's about 21.75. I guess 13.5, right? Okay, the banner creep was, I'm guessing, giving him the HP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shadows, take us.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Someone is asking where Dreamocell is. This is Dreamocell. Straight Edge is Dreamocell. He's always he's had this nickname Straight Edge for quite a while. I would prefer Razor's Edge as a nickname, as an alternative nickname, of course. I think when you become so recognizable as a player, like Dreamocell is, it's hard to change your nickname. It's hard to be someone else, right? So I understand the confusion. Monza looking for a kill, but he is very deep, and if he gets caught, well, it won't be too good for him. As we can see, Olivie not looking too good for the techies. Not good at all. And now, for DIREBORN, they just have to wait for the next Roshan and then go high ground, right? They don't have to go high ground right now. I think that would be a bit of a mistake. Mortimers plus the Doom, Avalanche, and in fact a toss back means that the high ground is a difficult objective to actually get through. And a lot of Southeast Asian teams, they struggle to break through it. A lot of Southeast Asian teams are very weak on that high ground. That is the singular biggest point of criticism that I've held about the Dota in this region. I've spoken about it with multiple coaches of top tier teams. Like I've spoken about this with 343. I've spoken about this with Arthur. I've spoken about this with Varys. He's not a coach. He's of course a player from Reconyx. All of those videos published online for you guys to look through as well as to what goes right and what goes wrong in Southeast Asia as far as Dota is concerned. And a lot of happy moments as well, a lot of positives that I've discussed. You know, OG when they were at their peak, Aureus when they recently formed, Glyph when they qualified to the Blast Slam, Reconyx as well when they were doing really well. I believe it was it's been a while since I spoke to Varys. I think near the Blast Slam or something like that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Monza is able to he's able to find someone. Dreamocell takes has almost taken the Daedalus to his inventory, and I think this Daedalus is going to be... I don't know how you... There was a team fight that happened. The Doom was up, the Mortimers are up, the Avalanche Toss is up, but the Tiny died on that top lane. They took down a Roche, they found the Doom, they went in the base, they found the Techies and the Snapfire. I mean, pretty simple explanation as to how we got here. That is the question that Pandava Lima might be wondering.
Dire's top tower is under
Existential dread when you face off against Pota 2.
has fallen.
I would have that too, but I'm not good enough compared to any of the players from Pandava Lima.
Are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh. Leon. Is going to fall. Tiny, look at how slow he is. He doesn't have a BKB. He went for the Assault Quarters thinking that would be the item to counter out this Corrosive Haze and Dreamocel's Desolator, but quite frankly, it's not enough. DIREBORN came out with the win. GG will be called. Monza taps out. And 32 minutes in, again, the win condition perfectly achieved. It didn't really seem like DIREBORN were behind at any stage of the game. And for Pandava Lima, it's... I'm not sure how you adjust for this kind of differential, for this kind of difference. As they are a good team, of course they are. They're great players. Nice lads, all of the above. But DIREBORN, they are a cut above. DIREBORN are a team that back when they were known as Veroja, they made it to the Blast Slam close qualifiers consistently. Weren't able to go very far, but the recent one, they did manage to come up with a win or two. And even then, right, you take a look at their names, Dreamocel. No need for explanation as to who he is. Pota 2, highest ranked mid lane player in Southeast Asia according to the leaderboards. And the rest of their lineup, even DB, right? DB, before Dreamocel joined, DB was the carry. Their offlaner was their carry. And he did pretty well with the team. Of course, there's not much discussion to be had for a game like this, other than the fact that we should look forward to the next one, and maybe Pandava Lima can mount at that comeback. You know, if they do, they'll be the first ones that have in this current season. If they don't, then they're just another team that wasn't able to do it. And there's no harm there. DIREBORN currently look unstoppable. But can Pandava Lima stop them? We will be back to find out the answer to that question, so stay tuned.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Keeper of
Choose
the
your
light.
hero.
Hey guys, welcome back. Again, I apologize. This the mic issue is really getting to me at this stage, and I will definitely fix it after the series is over. After my cast ends today, I have another cast at night, but hopefully the mic issue will be sorted out, as it seems to just disconnect after. It doesn't disconnect in between of the game, or at any point in the game. It disconnects right after the game ends, which is very weird. Right? I don't know if it's the client messing with my mic or like I have no idea. I'm not a tech guy. You know, I'm not a tech bro. DIREBORN versus PANDWA Lima on our screens, and again,
5 seconds remaining.
PANDWA Lima, they do have the Necrophos on Monza, but DIREBORN have the perfect response. The Dreamocell with the Mortha. This Dreamocell Mortha, Dreamocell Kez. These are heroes that are registered to Dreamocell. He's just a few games away from having proprietary, what do you call it? Patented to his name, essentially. You do have, again, very strong supports, Lich as well as the Hoodwink. Similar thing available to PANDWA Lima, as you now have although Wind Ranger support isn't exactly great, especially against these very high attack range heroes like the Lina and the Mortha. But I suppose the Wind Ranger can be good against the Centaur, pretty good to against the Hoodwink if you are able to land that power shot. And you have Leon with the Mars. He has been fantastic on the Mars. Let's see, though, if this Keeper of the Light will be able to win the lane. Last game, he had a pretty bad time because of the fact that he was faced off against a Viper, and you really can't do anything to the Viper as a Snapfire. But this time, they give him the last pick. They give him a favorable pick. So we'll see how he actually does. As we head into game number 2, I will again adjust the logos. If you, I just need a second to be able to do that. And there we go. The logos are now on our screens. A 5-man Smoke of Deceit comes out from the Radiant side, and they should be approaching that jungle. But their smokes are going to break. They're still going to walk up there. DB is the one in incredible danger. Is going to be arrowed down. That will be first blood drawn for the side of PANDWA Lima. And it is now DIREBORN on their way back. They are trying to run and will be able to... Well, PANDWA Lima will decide to not chase. Despite the fact that the arrow was coming off of cooldown, it was still 6 to 7 seconds. And there's no guarantee that the arrow will land. Especially since they know that... Olivie is there.
Oh, you're hot.
And put a 2 on the Lina just standing over there. It is my first time seeing Pota 2 play the Lina, so we'll see how he actually does.
The battle begins.
I've seen Pota 2 with most other mid lane heroes, but nowadays teams really like to play with the mid lane Lina. As Monza takes in damage, Belgrenade also gets sent down. Monza might actually die here, has another Death Pulse coming up, and as well as the Fairy Fire, but Deco will find the trade, although it came at the back of a Centaur's death. However, Jaren, he is going to fall as well. Or Olivie, actually. Again, these nicknames, I would prefer it if they changed their nicknames to their registered nicknames so that it's so much easier. I know Dreamocell because he's Dreamocell. The rest of these players, hopefully they are going to be able to prove themselves on the bigger stages and earn that name for themselves. As the Necro, you cannot die here. Womi, he might just actually chase inside of the tower, but a perfect arrow comes out by Olivie. It will make sure that the Necro survives and DIREBORN get punished.
It was not
That would have been a massive kill on Monza, as he would have had to walk back into the lane, but now it is a massive turnaround. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, or rather, once-in-a-tournament opportunity, I would say, against DIREBORN. As DB drags away the creep wave, arrow again lands. Olivi is pretty good with his arrows. I mean, that one was easy, but it's DB now trying to run away. I think he's just dead here. Wow. These heroes are just pretty much dying all over. Deco hit by the rebuke and will also go down 2-6 now. 1,000 net worth advantage already having been built up by PANDWA Lima. Are they going to be able to take this to a game 3? I mean, this is the best chance they'll get. This is the best start they will ever get. And that maybe in this tournament, entire tournament, right? This is not like, this is very rare to find. A team that overextends so early on, thrice over, in fact. Even towards that first blood that we saw, it was DIREBORN who walked up that high ground despite the smokes breaking. That top lane, they went in for the tower because they saw the Necro very low. But those are the things that are likely to get punished. As PANDWA Lima are no pushovers. That is one thing that needs to be set on the record. At the same time, Azur is struggling against BO3 too. Lina seems to be doing very well for himself. Keeper of the Light. Is this Keeper of the Light actually struggling against Lina? I can't tell. One thing is for certain, I mean, Azur, he has the Illuminate, so he doesn't actually have to play the lane. He just has to play with the Illuminate, but you do have to be careful about a potential rotation coming in from the Hoodwink or from anyone else, right? Even the Lich could actually show up here. Even a Centaur, for that matter, could show up. Okay, never mind. DB is not showing up anywhere. DB is going to show up 100% in his own fountain in about 4 seconds. But that's about it. Now, you can go towards that mid lane. You can make some kind of a play there. Leon with the Mars farming up that jungle. Deco, he throws out that blood grenade. Dreamosel is also here, but Deco is dead. There is an arrow that pierced right through that Lich's cold heart, and they take him down. 8-2 now, as they find the spear. Impale as well. Rebuke is there. Dreamosel will go down to the last right click coming in from Jarim. And again, this is quite the disaster for DIREBORN to find themselves in, but you have to understand that this is a team that is likely to fight back very hard. Leon might actually fall to Deco, but Deco doesn't have the range for his Frost Blast. And yeah, again, when DIREBORN do achieve their power spikes, right, that's when PANDWA Lima have to be really careful. It doesn't matter how far ahead you are, you're unlikely to be having an insurmountable lead simply because DIREBORN, you know, they farm up fast. They farm up pretty quick and pretty easily. Although the Centaur is not farming up. He has a very few CS, only about 14. Monza is playing this lane really well. Should have a very early Radiance because he has around 5 assists and 1 kill. That, ideally, it should have been 5 kills and 1 assist. Or even 6 kills and no assists. That would have truly propelled him to go for the Radiance. But now Monza has the first item, the Talisman of Evasion. It won't help him in this lane because the Centaur, I mean, he's not a right clicker. Even the Hoodwink is not a right clicker. But what it does do is put a target on his back. DIREBORN realize that he has that now. right? So they will likely attempt to go for that Necro sooner or later.
Radiant are scanning.
Probably later once they have, you know, some rune that allows them to go in. Shield rune could be that rune, but it's better to have an amplified damage, a regen, or a haste. Haste would be, I think, the best for the Lina, simply because you can get in position to land that light strike array very easily.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Money to burn.
Top side, it is the Shrine of Wisdom that Azor will collect up. Porta 2, he comes in because they want Monza, and they will be able to burst right through him. Deco hits by the Illuminate and will be the casualty in response, but it's a great pickup to get the kill on Monza that it was desperately needed by DIREBORN. Even though they do lose the Shrine of Wisdom, it's still pretty much okay. Or I mean, it's not ideal, but defending that Shrine of Wisdom would have been very hard.
Dire are scanning.
Mars
Radiant are scanning.
is going to run back. Porta 2
Tower is under attack.
is okay. He's also running back, and I suppose this is an okay situation to be in. I mean, despite okay, you look at the kill feed 10 to 3, right? But the net worth doesn't actually suggest that they're that far ahead. In fact, the net worth doesn't suggest that they're ahead at all. You remove the kill feed, you put it blind, you can't guess how many kills they have, or if you put a curtain on it, because I mean, you take a look at Dreamocell, right? He is not that far behind the Necro. Sure, he is behind, but it's just 500 net worth that he can overcome once he has his Maelstrom. The Lina Porta 2 is ahead of the Keeper of the Light, and the Centaur is only like 350 or 340 net worth behind the Mars, despite of not having that much CS. Laguna Blade casually used by Porta 2. He has that Arcane Rune. So the Laguna Blade will be off of cooldown, just making sure that the Wind Ranger isn't, or rather doesn't pose too big of a threat to the Lina.
Denied.
Deco. Unfortunately, he has revealed himself at a very awkward time. He was trying to hide, trying to play it sneaky, a bit cheeky. So is the Hoodwink. Hoodwink is indeed in a very cheeky position. DB looking for a kill on this Wind Ranger. Ideally wants a kill on Azor. I suppose the Wind Ranger will have to do. As the power shot gets thrown out, the light strike array is not there. In fact, it's a shackle shot. Porta 2 now in trouble, hit by that arrow and is just dead. Deco now the one in trouble as Rim, or the Mirana, leaps forward, takes out Deco with that Reaper Scythe coming in from Monza. And there's the Hoodwink as well. You know, why not? That is the cherry on top. DB slowed down, arrow down. I don't think I've seen this Mirana miss a single arrow in this entire game. And sure, he has setups coming in for it. Sure, some of these arrows seem to be a lot easily found. But it is very impressive how Olivie is playing out of his mind. Like, he is putting in fantastic effort. And that might actually carry them against DIREBORN. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if it works. Dreamosol has the javelin flying out towards him. I assume it has to be the javelin. And once he has that javelin, he can apply significant damage to the Mars. Unfortunately, he has Azure right here. Arena has been used, but so has the Whale. It will outlast the Arena, but the Illuminate damage is simply far too much. They also spear him into, or rather out of his tower, and so this is Dreamosol dead for the second time. And DIREBORN, now it's starting to stack up this advantage. PANDWA Lima are on a 3,000 net worth lead. As Deco, he is gonna get spotted out. BO3 is here as well. Lands that Light Strike Array. Laguna Blade is there on Azure as well. He heals back up, but does die. Deco, pretty much a-okay, but the Hoodwink, the Wind Ranger, finds a solo kill. Support matchup favoring the Wind Ranger, since I mean, it's pretty much the fact that for DIREBORN, their heroes are still their two supports are still, one of the two at the very least is still level 5. Only the Lich has just hit his level 6 12 minutes in. Has used that Chain Frost. Dreamosol trying to make sure that he's not the target for that Reaper side. DB comes in too, and DB is level 4, right? He's not even close to that level 6. Arrow flying out. Dreamosol once again activates his Whale, but in the end, he's gonna get hit by the Scythe. That spell does go through it. In fact, every spell goes through the Whale. Now, they have been able to take the tier 1 tower at the very least. It's gonna be a trade of towers, so some portion of the map is gonna be opened up. DB, though, he doesn't see the Mars coming in. Arena has been committed, and the Rebuke Spear, this is fairly simple kill for Leon to be able to grab. Also keeps his tower alive.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's a shackle shot found by Jarem. And these two supports, I had questions about the Wind Ranger. Oh, Jarem is dead to BO3. A dominating streak going the way of the Lina. He is managing to keep himself at the top of the net worth chart. And the difference in net worth is mostly between the Wind Ranger and the two supports, right? Because BO3, again, he's just 400 behind. The Mars and the Centaur, they're just 300 apart. And the Mortha versus the Necro, that is the difference. That's actually the real difference. Right, BO3 is actually ahead of the Keeper of the Light. He's significantly ahead. Like, you take a look at this. So the difference between the Wind Ranger, Jarem, and I think, or DB or the Lich, Deco, right? DB or Deco, like that's the difference. And the second difference is between the Mortha and the Necro. But BO3 is making a case that, you know, the overall 3-core to 3-core matchup doesn't have that big of a difference. As it's a good shackle shot found. Leon goes in for a spear. Arrow also found. That is so much magical damage. BO3 doesn't have a chance to survive. And they even look towards DB. They find the spear. PANDWA Lima are not missing a single skill shot. I was about to say spell shot, but it doesn't really have the same effect, or nor does it make any sense. As Azure again picks up a kill. Still just a 2,000 net worth advantage. Could possibly be a 3,000 one. As 14-minute mark, at the very least, Deco does find the Shrine of Wisdom, and he actually steals it away from the Dire side. So they might be able to grab up both Shrines of Wisdom, and so we'll be back at the very least in terms of experience. They're only 4 levels behind, which is significant, but not insurmountable. You can overcome this. Dreamostal continues to farm, has the Maelstrom going for the Mask of Madness, and eventually the Morta will have the damage necessary to win the team fights for you. It's just how far behind are you going to be? Because if you're super far behind, that might not be possible. Or rather, would be improbable. Right? It's just so many disables. I think you need a BKB this game on several of your heroes. I think the Lina needs a BKB, and so does the Morta. Your supports need to be tucked away safely on that backline, not like inside, not tucked inside of the arena. You know, that kind of tucking is bad. That kind of tucking is going to result in your death several times over. Centaur has the Pipe of Insight as well as the Blink Dagger that is coming up for him in about I would say 2 minutes or so. So Vomi, you know, he can make space. He has the Pipe of Insight, so when they do eventually fight with Vomi in the fight, you can absorb a lot of the magical damage coming out. You're not going to absorb all of it, and you're not even going to absorb 50% of it. I think this pipe is designed to mitigate around 20% of the magical damage coming out overall. If you look at some of the spells there, it's not that big of a barrier. It's only like 425, but it also gives the Centaur magic resistance, so he can absorb a bit more. Moonlight Shadow is up.
Dire are scanning.
Is going to wear off without them being able to commit to anything. But Jerem does have the Blink Dagger up.
Long have I stalked these lands.
They are underneath an observer ward, and Leon will go in, but the Chain Frost has come out. Bushwhack also found. Sharpshooter is going to be absorbed by the Necro. So despite of that seemingly being a good counter response, it's not going to change anything. DB as well as Deco will still fall. It's going to be an initiation. Dreamosel is going to get a hit by the side. Pipe of Insight is going to come out. It momentarily protects him, but in the end, he will still fall. Illuminate healing Monza back up. And it's going to be an entire team wipe. As Vomi tries to run away with that Stampede, but in the end, they will chase in after him. DIREBORN about to lose their very first map in this entire tournament. After 5 series, or rather 4 series, this one is not just done. We can't assume that even if they lose this, they're going to lose the next. But PANDWA Lima pushing DIREBORN to the edge there at the back with just outstanding plays. Like, they haven't missed a single arrow that I've seen on screen, a single spear that I've seen on screen. They're just playing picture perfect. 5-27.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Coin for me.
Radiant are scanning.
And PANDWA Lima, they head on over to that Tormentor. It's a slow Tormentor, and they are, I mean, they will drop to about 40% of their HP overall, but the Tormentor, mech, heal, grieves, everything, really. is going to mean that DIREBORN, if they want to fight, they will have to face off against a fully healed up lineup of PANDWA Lima, and I don't think they want to do that. They will just disengage entirely. Keeper of the Light is on that top side. The Lich has spotted him out, but Deco is underneath an observer ward. He is going to get pinged out
Dire are scanning.
and get spotted out. Gale Force also to come kicking in. Despite the fact that the Wind Ranger did not receive the shard from the Tormentor, he actually bought one. And the shard, this Wind Ranger shard counters the Stampede. It is great against the Stampede.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they cast a Necro. Are they going to be able to burst through him? And they will. Monza, he gives up his wicked 6 streak. Man, oh man. Pota 2, he is going to get engaged upon. Focus Fire is there. And a 2-man arena comes out. It will be PANDWA Lima who will punish DIREBORN. The Hoofstomp gets planted down by Vomi. Turns out Lina is the only casualty so far. No Necro available, but Dreamcell, he's making his way in. Shaco shotted by a backline play coming in from Jarim. However, the whale still comes out, and you do have to fall back. The hits from this Morta can prove to be a bit too much. Over on the backline, DB has finally dealt with the Wind Ranger. Bushwhack found as well as a Hoof Stomp. Jarim Olive goes down, and now the Mars is in trouble. Everyone losing their streaks. They thought that because they were that far ahead, that DIREBORN would simply collapse, crumble under the pressure. That is definitely not going to be the case. It's it's the Hoodwink who ends up with 1500 gold. He gets an entire support item neatly packed, waiting for him in the fountain. Oh, Pota 2 even takes down Azor. That's an entire team wipe. That was the only hero that made it out of that position. And just add up another 1200 gold on top. Or actually around 1059 gold on top. Right? So it's around 4500 rounded off, 4500 net worth going the way of the Radiant team of DIREBORN. That is not a good look. Now you have an Aghanim Scepter as well as a Yasha Kaya. Now you have that assassination capability for Pota 2. He can look around the map, catches that Mirana, catch that Wind Ranger. They're as good as dead. Dreamosol has plenty of farm now going for the BKB. It seems like it's going to be inevitable that he will reach that BKB timer at a decent time, at 26 to 27 minutes. Not that bad considering the game he's had. And even the Hoodwink is now a similar net worth to the Mirana or the Wind Ranger. And this Mars has fallen behind. He's the least farmed core in the game. Vomi almost has his Aghanim Scepter. So you can straight up dodge or block away the Reaper's sight. Just grab someone up. Someone gets arrowed, you grab them up. Someone gets hit by the Keeper of the Light Slow, you grab them up. Mars goes in with the arena. You just jump inside of the arena itself and use your workhorse. Be the body, be the frontliner, be the tank. And it seems like that is... I mean... it's rough, I would say. Azor. Well, it's different if you initiate on the Centaur himself. Reaper's Scythe planted down. Monza able to pick up the kill.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
As Jarim takes out that tower.
Generation. To the battle.
Heart of Tarask picked up by the Necro. That is a massive pickup. He should be looking for the Aghanim Scepter, right? Increase the decay. by 50% of Necro's current HP regen. It's right now 46.5, 49. 1% max HP regen per second. The more strength you build up, the more HP you build up, the more damage his decay will do. And against a centaur, the decay is great. It's 2.3% max HP decay per second. That is insane. Once again, Vomi got inside of the arena, but actually survives. And there is no Reaper's Sight. BO3 wants to drop down that Laguna Blade. Meanwhile, it is going to be Jerem who loses his life. Another stun coming in from that Mars might have been a bit of a mistake. He may have bitten off more than he can chew. And turns out DIREBORN can chew right through him. Two heroes down now, and do they really want to go inside of the Roche pit? DIREBORN, they see the arrow coming. The Mirana will help them out. As DB, he found the Keeper of the Light. Deco is there as well for the Sinister Gaze. Monza jumps right in. Dreamocell is coming in. He has that will. He'll be able to target that Necro. Monza, he is dropping on his life. The hits coming in from this Mortha are simply way too much. And the stun from the Lina will seal the deal. PANDWA Lima are no longer ahead of the curve. It is going to be DIREBORN who will have the advantage as soon as they pick up that Aegis from the ground. However, it does seem like they're falling back because they're afraid of this Mars coming in.
Just another bounty.
Wind Ranger up into the air. Aegis now firmly in hand. It is the Mars who is going to go in with his arena. Pushing back at BO3, but Vomi jumps in. He has that workhorse to keep the Lina safe if need be. And there's that Stampede that kicks in. It is Leon in trouble, but they will disengage, making sure that they can huddle around BO3 in case that he is in any further trouble. Ooh, Mars goes in, but it's the Mirana who gets caught. It is still Monza acting as a frontliner, but DB comes in with a two-man stun. However, the Death Seeker, it's dodged away that Light Strike array. Lina is dead by Monza, and Vomi will also drop to the floor. Mortha will teleport away, so at the very least, they do make it out with their carry. But in the end, PANDWA Lima do come out with a very spectacular fight. That Death Seeker dodge by Monza saved them in that fight. DB,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
he goes down. Lich catches up to the Mars. Chain Frost does come out, but he has the BKB as well as the arena, so he's pretty much going to be okay. Timothy has to readjust his position, making sure that he can push back. But how many heroes can he push back against? His BKB wears off, no Reaper Scythe available. Dreamocell trying to make his way out, but the Mars has got up to him. Workhorse does come in, and it actually spears Vomi back, so Dreamocell will be okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, initiation. It's a brute force initiation right on Monza. He will simply melt down for about 80 seconds. As DIREBORN push onwards, Azor needs to be careful, but it's a stampede that has been activated. They want to go towards Azor, who has the BKB, so will not get hit by the stun. Good attempt though by Pota 2. However, they will still catch someone. It's the Mirana who will get stunned up. DIREBORN once more coming in very quick. Will be able to take the tower down. As the Lich, he catches Azor and he has no more BKB. Lich. Deco with the outplay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tower surely going to go down, but it was Jarim who split the creeps. I'm actually going to start calling them by their hero names because I try to give up remembering them.
Dire's middle tower is
And
under
Jarim will,
middle tower.
the Wind Runner, Wind Ranger. Used to be the Wind Runner, I think. Mars gets caught but has the BKB, activates it, and in fact he wants a fight. He wants at least one kill, but he has no teleport out, so how is he going to make it out? His arena, the walls are going to come tumbling down, but turns out that it is enough to make it out with the short time that he did have. Dream of Soul does not want to go in for the chase. Aegis has also expired, so now Dream of Soul has to be a bit careful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Mars?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Keeper of the Light does have the Will-O-Wisp now, but the only problem is Mortha can target the Will-O-Wisp as well as find, with the Gunslinger, additional targets. So every second hit is going to be a hit on the Will-O-Wisp as well as a hit on someone else. Now, I don't know if he'll target the Will-O-Wisp, but it's the only way to take it out. The other heroes, they aren't that quick with it. Now, you do have, you do have the Lina. Pota 2 did not go for any attack speed items, right? It's not a physical DPS Lina, so it's still going to be a bit slower than usual. Or slower otherwise. Oh. Miran, or rather, the Wind Ranger, just gets sniped away by Deco. Chain Frost is still there on Rim, but Lich is pretty much dead here. Even as the Scythe was going to slice him down. Can't kill what's already dead, as they say.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mars, they are huddled up together to look for something. I'm not sure what they're looking for, but it is just a 3,000 lead. At this point, one singular team fight is going to decide who has that consistent advantage, that massive, overwhelming advantage. It's not exactly going to be overwhelming because at this stage of the game, I think anyone can win, especially with the Morta on your lineup for DIREBORN. You have plenty of damage packed in, but no Daedalus, right? The Morta doesn't have as much damage. Isn't going for a Daedalus either. Illuminate was sent out as BO2. He has that Lincoln Sphere to block that Scythe. Centaur doesn't have any new items apart from the BKB. I mean, that's a big one, I suppose. You can work hard someone, use the BKB, and take them out of the arena even if they don't have a BKB. That is ideally how it should work. Oh! The Mars went in, but instantly got stunned up, taking in so much of that damage, but activates his BKB. The Frost Armor is going to be there. However, the Centaur will still drop. Deco has also hit the deck as it's a support for an offlaner so far. And BO2, he doesn't look very healthy either. Dreamosel now forced to fight back. Has that Gleipnir coming in from the Wind Ranger and now charges onwards. Azor will be able to pick up the invisibility rune, and Dreamosel makes his way out. DB also trying to scurry away inside of the trees and has been able to run pretty far. Will be able to make his escape with that teleport scroll, but is he going to go anywhere, or are they going to go for the Necro? That might be the plan right now, as Dreamosel is hunting. They know where the Necro went because of the Centaur. It's coming back. Also, they have an observer ward here, but he's gone way too far. 6,500 damage coming in at the back of that Morta, but not any kind of damage output coming in from anyone else. And the same thing can be said for the Dire side. They did less damage overall. That is interesting, right? Less damage overall, but they actually lost 3 heroes. And I suppose it's because of the fact that Necro is coming in with a lot of healing, right? You also have the Guardian Greaves up by this Mirana. So that's why that they can sustain more damage and still win the fight. From a 3,000 net worth advantage to a 7,001 at the back of a 1 team fight. Now an 8,001. Oh, another Chain Frost. Pretty good. Finds the Wind Ranger. Centaur unable to land that Hoof Stomp, but they take out the Will-O-Wisp. Are they going to head towards that Roche Pit? As Roshan is making its migration. Stampede is activated. They see the Mirana. He was trying to take down an Observer Ward. They will cut right through him. And Azor, he has to get back. Has the BKB, so he's not in any real danger. But now you don't have a Wind Ranger or a Mirana. And that could be the opening to head inside of the Roche Pit. And I think they're heading straight for it. Have plenty of... I think plenty of damage available to take this Roshan down pretty fast. Especially with the Morta as it comes in. We'll see how much damage output they exactly have, as BO2 is outside of the pit. Was trying to look towards that bot lane to see if he can help out DB, but Azor takes out DB. Should get a Scythe of Weiss. Someone needs to, as it's the Mars who's going for it. And actually finds the Lich, so it's going to be 2 supports for 2 supports at the end of the day.
Dire are scanning.
The Mars He goes in, has that refresher, so they will be able to burst through Dreamosol. He will lose his first life, and he is stuck in between of 5 heroes. He just needs the BKB and teleport his way out of here, but he gets impaled. He now needs to heal back up, activate his Satanic, and does go for enough heal that he can teleport out. Great thinking process coming in from Dreamosol. He needed that heal to be able to teleport, and he found it. Still looking like a pretty rough game so far for DIREBORN. This could go either way, and you know, PANDWA Lima, they're so close to taking it to a game number 3. They're so close to being the only ones who have been able to beat DIREBORN. Wind Ranger is again going to get bursted. This time around, Pota 2 is not going to expend his Laguna. You do need this Laguna for better targets, for bigger targets. This amount of damage, 760 with the Yashakaya, you know, is 12%, but it still adds up, right? 1% slow burn duration. Additional 80% burn damage. 80% is quite a lot. Necro in trouble, activates the BKB. Mortha doesn't have the Veil available, and Vomi is very deep. Pota 2 comes in, uses a Laguna Blade. Necro taking in some kind of damage, but Pota 2 needs to be careful. Spear will miss for the first time that I've seen this game. Great Bushwhack coming in. Pota 2 will land that Light Strike Array with the Necro. He just doesn't take in any damage. Vomi is gonna make sure that Pota 2 stays safe inside of the Workhorse as Pota 2 simply blinks away. And Dreamosol is right in the midst of everyone. He activates that Satanic, can potentially take the Necro down with the Will-O-Wisp. It's keeping them all locked in. Dreamosol trying to make his way out. Has that invisibility safety net. But the rest of his team are not going to be so lucky. Pota 2 is now the one caught out. Will likely just fall here. Light Strike Array is not going to help him. 3 heroes are dead, and PANDWA Lima, they don't lose a single hero in that entire fight. I don't know if the Wind Ranger, but the Wind Ranger did not buy back. The Wind Ranger is pretty much okay. And now you have a Scythe of Vice on the Mars. I kind of feel like the damage output simply is not there. And you need a Daedalus. You need a Daedalus. I don't know how many times I should say it. Perhaps if I say it enough times, they will realize that there is a very distinct lack of damage. Hydra's Breath, sure, for sure, helps you out. But Daedalus is how you burst through people. You know, you're dealing max HP damage with the Hydra's Breath, but the Necro is healing his HP. Has that heart, has the Death Pulse, has the Death Seeker, has just so much to heal back up with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
As PANDWA Lima
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
they go in once more to try and hope that they have enough to burst him down, but is Dreamosol locked in place with a double spear and a Reaper's Scythe to end his misery? DIREBORN, they will lose the fight, and by extension, they might have perhaps lost the game here as Pota 2 lands that Light Strike Array, but there is not a single buyback available on their lineup. Not a single one of them have it, even the ones who are still currently alive. This could be a game that PANDWA Lima can just end right now, but they will choose the safer route. They will choose to go for the second lane of barracks, despite the fact that the top side still has a tier 2. And I do think the plan here is to be able to go for the tier 4s once you break through the melee barracks, lower the tier 4's armor, and still have plenty of time to be able to end this game. But the Keeper of the Light just backs away. PANDWA Lima giving too much respect to DIREBORN. sometimes to come out ahead, you need to be able to understand that there's a certain amount of, you have to really be brave about it. As for the two, he gets caught out for about 100 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, they go in once more. This is the last fight they're ever gonna get. And so, DIREBORN, they have to make it count. One hero simply dead. That is their frontliner, and now they don't have anyone to tank in that damage. How in the world are they possibly gonna hold off Mega Creeps? How in the world are they possibly gonna defend when they don't have their Lina either? They just have to simply wait 20 seconds. But the Mars will go in. As soon as you walk up close, the Mars will execute you. DB gets caught. He does have a buyback available. Immediately uses it. The Lich also has a buyback. Dreamocell applying fairly high amounts of damage on the Mars. And Pota 2 is back. He is coming in with the Lina. Lincoln Sphere broken. Gleipnir comes out as a 3-man bushwhack also is found, but no life strike array follow-up. Dreamocell goes all in with the whale, unable to really take anyone down. And now it's that Mars Arena clipping the hoodwink. Dreamocell has fallen, and without a buyback, this game is done. DIREBORN will, or rather, Lich Deco goes in. However, the GG had already been called. PANDWA Lima are going to be the only team that has taken down DIREBORN in the group stage so far. They had 4 series wins, all of them clean sweeps, all of them 2-0 wins. But this one is going to go to a game number 3. And of course, without further ado, since this was a 50-minute game, there's quite a lot to unpack over here, but we are way behind schedule. We will be just tuning in to, just going for a quick 2-minute break, and then we will be back with game number 3. But overall, just to summarize, fantastic, outstanding effort by PANDWA Lima, just breaking apart that early game. DIREBORN, they were struggling. They were learning the meaning of the word struggle because they don't normally have to struggle, right? PANDWA Lima playing out of their minds, quite frankly. I mean, just this Mirana and this I think Mirana, Windranger, and Mars, they did not miss a single skill shot in the first, say, 30 minutes of the game. And I think that statement says it all, to just highlight and put a spotlight on PANDWA Lima and their efforts. Overall, very well done. I'm truly, genuinely very impressed by what they were able to do and who they were able to do it to. And with that, we will tune into a break and we'll be right back. Make sure to stay tuned then.
Team pick.
Hey guys, welcome back to the current station, a Lunar Horse Trophy. We are in the final map between both of these two sides, DIREBORN versus PANDWA Lima, as DIREBORN have gone for the Darkseer again. Not exactly a hero that we've seen from Momi so far, but the meta has shifted, it has evolved.
10
As
seconds remaining.
PANDWA Lima, they are playing with the Drow Ranger, so it's going to be a hard lane for the Darkseer, no matter how you cut it. And it's also interesting how you have a Largo, so you have a Dispel against the Gust, you have repositioning against them in incoming Mirana Arrow, theoretically. And you have a Potato with the Invoker. This is a hero that he has been practicing, and this is the hero that he dominated with last game. Dreamercell on that Shadow Fiend, a pretty fantastic lineup crafted by DIREBORN at the back of that Sunstrike, which he will likely find time and time again. Treant Protector is there with the Overgrowth. Invoker finds those Sunstrike and the Cataclysm combos, so it's going to pretty much be okay. At the same time, it's not as if PANDWA Lima are coming in with weaker heroes, right? The Wind Ranger and the Mirana that quite literally carried them through that early to mid game, right? And I will use the word carried them because, like, this Wind Ranger Mirana, Jarim as well as Olivie. Jarim and Olivie put PANDWA Lima on their backs and climbed up all the way to Mount Everest. You know, like, they like, honestly, it is rare for me to be this impressed by a certain player's performance, especially at the tier 2 to tier 3 level, right? It's not as if we're watching tier 1 Dota. I hope that a lot of these players, definitely, I hope that every one of these players has a chance, has their shot at making it to the big stage, and I hope they get through. But it's still at the tier 2 level, you're bound to miss spells, you're bound to make misplays. But I did not see that from PANDWA Lima, you know, maybe in some of those team fights, but not when they were going for pickoffs, not when they were trying to land those skill shots, because they found their mark each and every single time. You don't, who needs a Bane Mirana combo when your Mirana is just perfect with it? No setups necessary for the Wind Ranger Shackle Shot either. But this is going to be a different ball game altogether. This is now DIREBORN in uncharted territory, right? This is, we haven't had a game 3 with DIREBORN in it. They've gotten all 2-0 so far. So for PANDWA Lima, how exactly are they gonna face off against a DIREBORN that is potentially going to recuperate, recover, and attempt to go at it even harder than they did against everyone else in the competition? Or are the mentals broken? Or are they emotionally lost? Is the question. But we'll see.
Seconds to battle.
Deco, he sees everyone, but turns out they'll drop a sentry, so they will see Deco. He gets licked back to that low ground, but that low ground will be his grave, as Deco is dead. Tips all around, and they did okay. Even DB will tip him. Why not? Like, everyone in the board will tip Deco. Dawnbreaker will take out that range creep. As we're not even going to talk about that. And okay. Let's see. This laning phase is interesting because Dawnbreaker plus Wind Ranger, you have that combo if you can land that Shackle Shot, and because Deco is always going to be near trees, if you have a sentry down, you should always be able to find that Shackle Shot. As Dreamercell needs that Lost Raise coming in, will be able to find it, but the Treant Protector is going to be able to get that Lost proc in. Dreamercell now in trouble. Power Shot is on cooldown, so Dreamer Cell will stay alive, and it's the Dawnbreaker who will have to teleport back into the lane. However, Dreamer Cell walked back into it. Power Shot easily dodged by the Shadow Fiend, and the Wind Ranger just has to get back. You also have the Living Armor coming in, so he has that heal, he has that damage block. And so it's going to be pretty much okay. Oh, DB on that top side. Again, Drow Ranger right click damage, right? Simply way too much for most heroes out there. Special, like Largo is definitely one of those heroes. He has no healing until he's level 6, and even then you can't really, you know, your spells, they cost plenty of mana. 25 mana for 34 heal, so you'll have to use your entire mana pool to be able to heal back up to full. And I don't think you can heal back up to full. You can heal like 50% of your HP at most with your entire mana pool. But that's at the level 6 mark, so his mana pool is also bound to increase, but so is his HP. It's really, we'll have to do the maths on that when we get to that bridge. You know, cross that bridge when you get to it. But I've never been on many bridges in my life. Oh, Womi is going to come in with a surge. It is the Drow Ranger. Double Ion Shell should be enough. And this time around, they do dive to tier 1 and they're able to find that kill. That got really risky, but again, there's that perfect arrow coming in. And it's going to be Olivie who will end up with a double kill. I'm able to remember the names a lot better considering their performance last game. I've leveled up too. As it's a Lotus fight that will go the way of Deco. He will hit the deck eventually, but Dreamer Cell, he also has to give up the Lotus. In fact, he will miss a raise. Am I seeing frustration in the hands of Dreamer Cell as he fails to dodge that power shot? And Jarim might just push onwards. A few more hits would do the trick, but Dreamer Cell drops down a great Ironwood branch and will be able to stay alive. Now, I do think the Wind Ranger could have looked for a power shot, but didn't have the mana, so decided to go back. Jarim was able to find a return kill though and grab up that Lotus. So it's a bit of a back and forth this game. DIREBORN need to realize that this game is not going to be so simple. PANDWA Lima may be a weaker team, but they are no pushovers. As Leon almost went in towards that Shadow Fiend. Mid lane Invoker versus the Void Spirit. I feel like I've seen the Invoker several times be able to find Sunstrike kills, or rather solo kills. BO3 has been finding solo kills in matchups where he shouldn't be. In matchups which are supposed to be favoring his opposition. But we'll see. Lick back on the Mirana, who will run away. Oh, Dawnbreaker. Leon once again goes down to Dreamer Cell. And this time around, I don't think the Drow Ranger can turn it around. Sure, you have that power shot, but it's only level 1. Had to go for the wind run, had to go for the shackle shot, something or the other. And so only a level 1 power shot, not that threatening, only about 170 magical damage at the level 1 mark. Okay, never mind. I will respect that ability a lot more from now on. Dreamer Cell, Starbreaker, and Dreamer Cell dead.
Dire's courier has been killed.
47 lost hits for Womi. He is having a great time on that top side. DB is thinking about taking a creep away from him, but will decide against it.
Radiant are scanning.
Womi will go in but gets hit by the gust. Sunstrike will not land, and Deco again falls towards that bot lane. Razes do come out by Dreamo Cell, but not enough damage. They're chasing after the Drow Ranger, who does have the boots of speed. Womi does not, so that means the Drow Ranger Monza will stay alive and is under no real danger. Even if DB is right there, I don't think there's any danger there. Treant Protector is back up, and he will go towards that bot lane rather than somewhere else.
Radiant are scanning.
Mid lane, Azor jumps in with the Astral Step. What doesn't really commit to any kind of a play. It's really hard for the Void Spirit to get a kill. I think it's really hard for any Spirit hero to get a kill, like when against a Treant Protector. There's limited damage available, limited use of spells available. That's true for every hero, of course, but spirits usually have multiple variants of how they can use their spells. Starstorm does come down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, BO3 does get sniped away. Dawnbreaker almost got traded out in response, but just doesn't die.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
So there is, I would say, a bit of distance, a bit of a gap that DIREBORN do have to cover up. At the same time, they are in the lead in this one. Sunstrike is gonna land this time. BO3 will end up with a kill on Jarim, and it's going to be Azor who is here with the Dissimulate. Astral Step actually able to find the return kill. Deco will drop for, I don't know, the 4th time. He's 50% of the kills that PANDWA have.
A bauble from the void.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dawnbreaker is going to be going down. Or rather, he does find some heal, and in fact, the Solar Guardian comes out, but no, stopped by Deco's Overgrowth. Requiem gets sent out by Dreamosel as he will turn it around on the Mirana himself.
Radiant's
It's going to be Olivi to lose his life. Courier's found in response, but that's not good enough. Womi was also able to find a tower, and DIREBORN now are on a 2,000 lead. This Shadow Fiend is 1,000 net worth ahead of the Drow Ranger. Is going for the Yasha Kaya build though, so we'll see how well that works out. I mean, theoretically with the vacuum wall into the Requiem, that's a devastating combo if you can actually land it. It's a big if. Spota 2 has the Meteor Hammer. Glyph does come out, but it's, I mean, it's an exchange versus an entire Meteor Hammer use, which comes back up in about 10 seconds now. So he'll have it again for this creep wave, or while this creep wave is here. DB dodges away the arrow, and it is a support Largo, so we do have to keep in mind this is not going to be one of those core Largo games where he's running around like a maniac, healing everyone up at the same time damaging everyone. Right, both of those two things simultaneously, that's not going to happen this game. He can only do one or the other.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Shadow Fiend still probing, looking for a kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scattered.
Shadow Fiend
Has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower
is gonna get back. Overgrowth does come out as a two-man Frog Stomp actually clips Azor too. He has a shield rune though, broken, dispelled away by that tornado. Requiem is not going to be sent out, and it's just going to be a kill on the Wind Ranger. Not really the worst of trades considering how that fight started off for PANDWA Lima. They will make it out in one piece, but the net worth is in pieces. Right? Multiple pieces in favor of the Radiant side. 4,000 of a lead right now at the 14-minute mark. It's not insurmountable. Rather, it's not huge.
is under attack. Dire's bottom
But it's big.
is under attack.
Shrine of Wisdom contest as Deco immediately dies. It's 8 to 9 right now as a Sunstrike. It does land, but the damage is dispersed. DB has nowhere to go. Dreamosel channeling that Requiem sends it out, wants to take out the Mirana, is able to find that kill. Meanwhile, Pota 2 on the side gets clipped. Vacuum was not successful as Dreamosel contends against the Drow Ranger, but the damage is plenty. Womi now has given him the surge, so Dreamosel might be able to overtake the Drow and take the Drow out. Azor. Oh, rather, Womi is able to find the Dawnbreaker kill. Shadow Fiend a bit unlucky in that regard as Azor went in on him and no living armor came out to protect him. I think it was used on Womi. Could be wrong about that, but PANDWA Lima get a pretty good fight. They get more heroes down overall, just like one more hero, but they keep their mid laner alive. That's the difference. Meanwhile, on the other side, you keep your offlaner alive. At the same time, Drow Ranger got way more from that fight than the Shadow Fiender, right? 430 gold out of 250 gold. But way less experience. As 3 heroes from the Radiant side apparently just... It was an awkward exchange, right? With a lot of back and forths. I don't think it can be mathematically assigned as a win or a loss in that regard. You need a computer to calculate each and every single thing that went on. Deco. Ooh, okay. Deco is... I think Deco was the one who was a bit lost there.
Swifter than ever. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Deco goes in with the overgrowth. A triple raise is about to come in, but no, there's that shackle shot. Time and time again, it is Jarim who disables these plays that Direborn want to execute. And it's a straight up team deathmatch over on this bot side. Jarim tries to run away, but hit by that tornado. Womi comes in. And another shackle shot found, but this time it doesn't really change the dynamic of that, of his impending death or his inevitable death. They will be able to break through this tier 1 tower. At the same time, this Drow Ranger continues to farm up, so the gap between the Shadow Fiend and this Drow Monza should close, but it's really not, right? The Shadow Fiend, Dream Assault, is 2,000 net worth ahead of Monza right now. Yasha Kaya built up, has his Blink Dagger flying in too, I assume.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As Olive, he won't be able to run away. He's just dead. The arrows, I haven't really seen the arrows this game. I have seen a few in the very start of the early game, and those were great, but hasn't really had much opportunity to find many openings here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Solar Guardian. It comes down on that Darkseer, who has that Shiva's Guard and the Living Armor, but it's not going to help him out too much. It is now DB, the one caught in the crosshairs of Pandava Lima. Focus fire down as well, and it is just to support Largo. They should be able to break through him, but the tornado comes in from Pota 2. Is it going to be enough? DB licks himself to dispel away everything, but in the end, the chase was long and arduous, but they do find the kill. Invoker.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thinking about going in.
Dire are scanning.
Azor. Dust has been used as Azor will astral step back. Vomi is going in? Is he not going in? I don't know. Farming those creep waves right in front of Pandava Lima when he knows they're there is insanity. Moonlight Shadow was there, but I mean, they saw the glimpse of each and every single one of their players. And now they look towards that Tormentor. They are going to be able to take it down pretty fast. And Pandava Lima, turns out they are not going to come in for a play, for a counter play. It will go towards DB, who has that Encore. Now, it's an okay shot to get. He doesn't actually have that much impact on from himself, right? He doesn't take any use of the buffs himself. So I mean, it's okay. It's an okay shard. A better shard would be on for the Invoker. He already has it. Vomi already has his shard. Deco's shard would probably be the best one to get. Eyes in the Forest grant yourself increased vision, which is pretty good against the Mirana. Dreamocell uses that Requiem, and one simple combo with the triple raise will be enough. I say simple, but he made it look simple. Now a 9,000 net worth advantage. You still do need damage coming out of your Shadow Fiend, and I think he is going to go for that. BKB next though, as he has his Hurricane Pike flying in. Darkseer has the Shiva's Guard, almost has the Blink Dagger. BO3 gets back. Arrow actually lands on the Darkseer. Roshan is falling down. They need to make a move if they want to go in. Azor, he will decide to go for it, but Dreamocell has already taken the Aegis. A 3-man vacuum comes in by Vomi, but no follow-up. That backline was just disabled. Multiple chainstones coming in, but at the end of the day, you still do have that Aegis. Drow Ranger is dead. It's Azor now, the one in trouble. He will go down. And the Dawnbreaker, he is up next. I do not think the Dawn can fight with his two supports, but maybe he can take out the Largo at the very least. DB getting punched to death, or rather hammered to death. But in the end, they will catch up to him, and the Dawnbreaker will pay for his sins. 4 heroes dead. And it was 4 heroes also dead for Direborn. The only difference is they had that Aegis. Oh no! Olivie! Actually, Vomi got the kill there. Surprising. Ion Shell damage kicking in, but that's an entire team wipe. That's a 5 for 4 now. Not that much more gold that Direborn got, but they get more because of the downtime. You know, it just 30 or 40 seconds of free farm for the Shadow Fiend. He also takes away the jungle and the triangle stacks over on their part of the map. So even when they do respawn, they won't have access to that farming capacity or farming area.
Dire are scanning.
Dawnbreaker is going to get back right on time as they were chasing in after him, looking for him. Porter 2 sees the Drow Ranger. He has that Manta style. Drow Ranger throws down that Gust for Porter 2. He has the BKB, and now Dream Assault is in too. Monza is guaranteed to fall. And now the backline, it's Vomi who gets taken out. Sunstrike doesn't actually land on anyone, but they are now on the hunt, knowing that there's no Drow Ranger, no Solar Guardian available either. And in fact, there is not a single ultimate up for the Dire side, so they'll just disengage entirely and are going to be able to make it out. But what's this? Instant teleportations coming in by Porter 2 and Dream Assault towards that bot lane. They realize that's the only place where Azor can be. Requiem will be sent out, and Azor will realize that he has been outplayed. Deco is also there. It's the Dawnbreaker in trouble, stuck inside of the vines. The Shackle Shot as well as the Arrow are going to be sent out, but in the end, the Dawnbreaker has limited room to maneuver. Dream Assault will blink forward, take him out. Mirana
Dire's top tower is under attack.
not going to get licked back, but Porter 2, he might just throw out a tornado. Never mind, he's not going to throw that out. 15,000 of a lead with a Shadow Fiend on the other side spells pretty much doom and gloom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Porter 2, or rather, it's the Wind Ranger, Wind Runner. Sylvana. Actually, Sylvana is the Drow. They take out part the Wind Ranger, though, however you want to call her hero's name.
Structures are fortified.
Azor.
Dire's tower is under attack.
I mean, it's very difficult to get a kill on the Shadow Fiend. He has a BKB, he has plenty of HP available, 3,000 in fact, and the Lord goes just healing him back.
Dire's bottom tower
Living armor as well as the lick on the Shadow Fiend is too much to get through. Right now, you need to be able to have all of your heroes up and initiate the proper way. Astral step into the Solar Guardian, but even then, it may not be enough. They're just simply too far ahead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shadow Fiend is shackled down. Solar Guardian is there. It's pretty good, but the BKB, it comes out. A 4-man overgrowth on that backline as it really feels like that Navalima are helpless. Dawnbreaker will be able to take out Deco. He is the only casualty in this entire fight, but Monza has been taken out by Vomi. And that one casualty is equal to everyone. Porter 2 is making sure that the Dawnbreaker can't enter the base. Mirana Arrow sent out. Porter 2 activates his BKB, sees that Dawnbreaker, misses that tornado, or actually finds the tornado. After the animation, that is so surprising. That was a very weird tornado. But, I mean, they're able to pick up those kills. And now without the Drow Ranger, this is going to be a massive loss to your high ground. No Dawnbreaker, no Drow Ranger. Astral Step is available, but what can you really do with the Void Spirit? Has 0 damage output right now. Only a Mage Slayer and a Spirit Vessel.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, wait an idiot.
Well, Mirana can type because, well, has to make some use of the time he has.
Dire's middle
Daedalus now picked up by Dream Assault, and they'll just back away. 2 barracks of an advantage. Just need that tier 2 towards that top side. I don't even think you need to wait for Roshan. They might, because Roshan is about to respawn, but who knows?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Dawnbreaker, is the Dawnbreaker just dead? He is. Oh, that is awkward. Porter 2 coming in with the perfect combos. And 40 seconds without your Dawn, who doesn't have a buyback, means that this might just be mega creeps. In fact, it might just be the game here because there's no Solar Guardian, no protection available, no healing. Dream of Cell is gonna go in with a Requiem. It ends Olivi's journey in this game. As Deco, again, I feel like Deco's died so many times here. But it's pretty much okay. He's just acting as the body on that front line. Normal punch comes out by the Darkseer, creating an illusion of the Drow Ranger, which does hit pretty hard, but not hard enough. Another normal punch. With the Cold Snap, that is a lot of damage on Azor at the very least. And they back away, knowing that Roshan has respawned. 30,000 of a lead, an insurmountable one because that Largo, that support Largo. DB has as much net worth as the opposing offlaner does. And this Drow Ranger is nearly 10,000 net worth behind the Shadow Fiend carry. The carry to carry matchup doesn't look good. The support to offlane matchup, if there, for some reason, it's there in this game. And even the mid to mid matchup, Invoker versus the Void Spirit, none of it is close. And sure, 10,000 of this 30,000 lead is just the Shadow Fiend and the Drow Ranger, but that's not an optimistic statement for PANDWA Lima, right? Because it's a carry to carry matchup. It shouldn't be that high. Aghanim Scepter is up for the Drow. Might as well buy the Shard for that high ground defense, right? Just build yourself up to be a turret at this point. Has plenty of wave clear, but the Roshan's banner will be placed down, so the Drow Ranger's hits don't really do anything. You need to be able to take the banner out, but it has been placed in an awkward spot. Largo, DB is going to die. It's a pretty good fight for PANDWA Lima, considering they have Dreamosol locked down, but Azor will still fall. Womi, he is going to be going in, trying to contest against a Drow Ranger. Might not be able to get it done. Normal punch comes out as a Drow will actually die. Womi does manage to get it done. Dawnbreaker is dead. They have that Drow Ranger buyback, but not a buyback on their other two cores. Dreamosol should be able to end, or rather at least acquire Mega Creeps. Yo, Shackle Shot comes out, but BO3, he's right there as well. Monza, he buys back. And the Wind Ranger is likely to fall over here, but Dreamosol Hurricane piked himself forward into the crosshairs of the Drow. And the Drow has that crossbow. Oh, great pike from Dreamosol. He blinked forward and piked the Drow Ranger back into the lineup of DIREBORN. And a simple raise to end the Drow Ranger down for about 100 seconds without a buyback available. PANDWA Lima are sure to have lost this third and final game in this series. I think that is the final nail in the coffin. Azor seems like they want to still take a fight. GG will be called by Azor as well as Jerem. This will be a series going the way of DIREBORN. Although for PANDWA Lima, I mean, massive kudos to them for being the only team to actually force DIREBORN in this position, take them to a game number 3, and just overall played fantastic. Jerem, Olivi, even Leon in the first 2 games played fantastic. So massive props to them. I really do hope that they have, you know, really good games going forward. I hope that, you know, I wish each and every single team equal amounts of good luck to make it into the playoffs. Sadly, we will have to say goodbye to at least 2 teams out there. But PANDWA Lima, if they can find some way to play like they did in game number 2 consistently, I think this team could honestly go very far, even go far in some of the close qualifiers out there. Of course, guys, that is it. It has been a very long day. Both series going to the 3rd game. Pretty fantastic Dota overall, but all fantastic Dota must come to an end. For Cringe Station, this is it for today, but we will be back tomorrow, and we have again DIREBORN playing against Mentality Monsters. DIREBORN, BO3 playing against his former carry CJ, right? That is exciting. And you know, you also have the former Ivory mid lane player Ken playing for Mentality Monsters. That is sure to be a great matchup. And I do think that Carsens are also going to be playing again tomorrow morning, the first series of the day. But that is going to be tomorrow, right? Make sure to get some rest, make sure to have fun, hang out, study, work, whatever you guys do in your time, and make sure to follow Cringe Station on their socials. You can follow me on my socials too. On Twitter is Dr. Tultrus. And for now, I will be signing out, but I hope to see all of you tomorrow.